I love it. All right, y'all. Oopsie. Hi. Hi. Fucking fool. Anonymous, thank you for the 26 months. Tier 2. Take it easy. I have probably listened to that song 8,000 times, and every single time, I'm like, this song slaps. This song slaps. It always just gets me where I need to be. You know? You know? Music will just do that. Music will do that. This song is great too. Yeah, so good. Well. Hi, everyone. Hope we're doing well today. 96 MKV, thank you for the 8 months. We're almost back at 4,000 subs. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back. Today is AI Day. I'm only AI, can't you see? I made a mistake. Today's AI Day because I'm having a conversation that I've been trying to schedule for the last couple weeks. So excited that I'm actually doing it tonight. But I am talking with Garrison Lovely, who is a journalist, writes for Jacobin, The Nation. He's all over the place. I'm going to link the piece that I read and why I wanted to talk to him. Oh, no, not that one. That's another one. That's a different one. This one. Okay, so excuse me. I'm drinking a Dr. Pepper. I've got little Dr. Pepper burps. It's burning. It's burning. Hogan, thank you for the tier 3. 25 months. Do we get an AI an AI Caroline? Over my dead body, which my AI version's like, great, we can make that happen. We can make that happen. What was I gonna say? I just lost my train of thought. Okay. Oh, yeah. Plus, on his Substack, he created a piece that has all of his coverage in one place. Great. Brilliant. So a couple weeks ago, Gavin Newsom vetoed SB 1047. It was an AI safety bill. And would have been the most significant AI safety legislation in the United States. We currently do not have any federal legislation. And so California was looking to, be the blueprint. And it got vetoed. So I was going to talk about it when that happened. And I was like, you know what? Let me try to schedule an interview here with someone whose piece I was reading on it, and we can talk more about it, because Garrison will know a lot more on AI and will have a lot more to offer than just me. So we're going to do that around 6:00, jumping on Zoom. And I have one thing I want to look at, which is related, before we get there. So I'll do the usual. I will do the usual where I chat, ask questions, and then I'll open up the floor and you guys can ask a couple questions. Are you specifically talking about AI in Hollywood or more general? I think it's going to be more general, because this bill was about mitigating potential catastrophic risks caused by these major AI developers. And this bill wasn't the bill that was addressing deepfakes and actors' likenesses being used without their consent. Those are separate bills, and those did pass. So it'll be like part of the conversation, but I think it's going to be about AI in general. And it feels kind of like, what's going on? What's happening? Because as just me specifically, my understanding with AI largely relates to it being used in the entertainment industry, because, of my being in the entertainment industry, me covering the entertainment industry. So I've looked a lot at AI through that lens, and I'm curious to talk to him just about AI at large and be like, so should we be scared or what's the deal? Anyway, all right, let's take a look at a couple things before we do that. Actually, I can tell you about my day, what I do with my day. Oh, I filmed a podcast episode, not for my podcast, but if anyone knows the company Carrot, or if you know Eric Wee, I did his podcast today. I think it's called the Carrot Podcast, but it was actually a good, it was a good exercise for me to get ready to do my own podcast. So I just talked a lot with him about my story, like who I am. Who am I? And yeah, it was great. All right, so I've already done a lot of yapping today. A lot of talking. And that's that's about it. I mean, it took up a good chunk of my day, but well, then my dad called twice. My dad never calls. So as I was leaving the podcast, I looked at my phone and I saw my dad called twice, and I was scared. And I called him back. He did not answer, and my brain started spiraling. And then I called my mom. She's like, hello? I said, is everything okay? She was like, yeah. What's going on? I said, well, Dad called me twice in a row, and I just called him and he's not answering. She goes, oh, he's on the phone with your Uncle Ben talking about the Bears. And I was like, okay. Can I just request that if if someone's going to call me multiple times in a row, can you guys just send me a text and be like, by the way, everything's fine. I just want to check in about. Apparently they wanted to check in on Thanksgiving. No, not the Bears, the California Berkeley Bears. My dad went to Berkeley and played for the Bears. So, I don't know. Why are parents like, it's not just my parents though. My sister did this to me recently. She called me 5 times in a row. And when I was sleeping, so she had started calling at like 8 a.m. and then sent me a text that was like, please call me. And I woke up to see all of this and I was like, oh God. And I called her and it was not anything that was an emergency. I believe that your dad looked like he played a bunch of things. Also looks like a legit bear. Yeah, my dad just had the perfect frame, the body type for football. He also boxed. He was like a truck. He used to say that he could run faster than anybody in the world, but only for like 8 seconds. And then a grandma could beat him after that. I thought he was excited about seeing a bear. No, but actually sad news. Sad news about bears. I don't know if I should share this with you guys. I was going through the news. I was going through the news before I went live and this story popped up. This very beloved grizzly bear who was 28 years old and was she was a legend and she was an ambassador for grizzly bears. Lived in Grand Teton National Park. I know it's so sad. I'm sorry. Here she is feeding with her cubs in 2020. And she was struck by a vehicle in western Wyoming and died. Now I'm reminded of that sad bear movie we watched one movie night. I know. I hate it so much. Yeah, so Grizzly number 399. I can't believe she'd never had a name. I'm going to call her Big Mama. Big Mama was beloved for decades by countless tourists, biologists, and professional wildlife photographers, and died Tuesday night on a highway in Snake River Canyon south of Jackson. The bear was the oldest known reproducing female grizzly in the Yellowstone ecosystem. Each spring, wildlife enthusiasts awaited her entrance from her den to see how many cubs she had birthed over the winter. Named for the identity tag affixed by researchers to her ears, she amazed all by continuing to reproduce into old age. Unlike many grizzly bears, she was often seen now near roads in Grand Teton, drawing crowds and traffic jams. Scientists speculate such behavior was to keep male grizzlies at a distance. Oh, she said, "Get the fuck away, men. Stay away, M-words." So they would not be a threat to her cubs. Some believe that male grizzlies kill cubs to bring the mother into heat. She said, Big Mama said, not on my watch. Not on my watch. A yearling cub was with the bear when she was struck, and though it was not believed to have been hurt, the cub's whereabouts were unknown. The driver was unharmed. No further details about the crash were immediately released. Wildlife vehicle collisions and conflict are unfortunate. We are thankful the driver's okay and understand the community is saddened to hear that grizzly bear 399, aka Big Mama, has died, said Angie Bruce, Wyoming Game and Fish Department Director. News of Big Mama's death spread quickly on a Facebook page that tracks the bear and other wildlife in Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks. More than 1,000 people quickly posted comments calling her a queen, a legend, and an ambassador for grizzly bears. They were heartbroken, devastated by her death, calling it a tragic loss. Many expressed concern for her cub. Andrea Zaccardi, Carnivore Conservation Legal Director at the Center for Biological Diversity, said in a statement that her organization felt devastated by the bear's death. She was a Yellowstone icon with more than 20 cubs and grand cubs, and the grizzly bear population. Oh, grand cubs. She's big grandmama. Tragedies like this highlight why we need to maintain federal protections for bears and do more to ensure their safety from cars and other threats. Many consider that, the vehicle is the biggest killer out there. Many consider the Yellowstone region's grizzlies a conservation success story. While they remain protected under the Endangered Species Act, their numbers have surged as much as tenfold to as many as 1,000 animals since the 70s. Population growth has meant more encounters with people and livestock, however, with the bears often on the losing end. Hunters sometimes mistake grizzlies for legal to hunt black bears or kill grizzlies in self-defense, and wildlife managers often kill grizzlies that prey on cattle and sheep. Fuck cars. All my homies hate cars. Were transit and cyclists pilled. Yeah. Fuck cars, man. R.I.P. Big Mama. R.I.P. It really is that movie all over again, you guys. The mama died. The mama died. The cub is missing. We can only hope that a grumpy male grizzly has found himself a new ward, has become the father who stepped up. He's not the stepfather, he's the father who stepped up. Anyway, sorry for that depressing story, but we were talking about bears. I was like, oh no, I just read this bear story. Oh no. You need to LB Little Bear know about this tragedy. Does Little Bear need to know about all the tragic bear stories? Little Bear is one of them. When bear number 420 dies, I'll smoke one for that. Smoke one out. Smoke one out. Okay, well, anyway, R.I.P. Mama Bear, and hopefully that baby cub has its Disney story. So Deborah Messing continues to be the fucking worst. It's actually insane how racist she is on so many different levels. Will and Grace, more like Will and Racist. Yeah. Yep. So, Deborah Messing, when she is taking time from screaming at Bisan, a young woman who is documenting the genocide of her people in Gaza with nothing but a phone, or when she and her BFF Selma Blair are, when they're not tweeting out just deeply Islamophobic shit, she's doing this. This is what Deborah Messing posted or reposted. So the Persian Jewess, who is some Twitter account, I guess. I've not come across this Twitter account before, but now I have, because Deborah Messing posted this on her Instagram. And this is the post. Amandla Stenberg, who famously sang at Biden's inauguration, published this revisionist history blood libel on social media today. Congratulations, Amandla, for being yet another useful idiot peddling jihadist propaganda on behalf of the Islamic regime. The Ayatollah salutes you. Okay, let's break this down. Starting with Amandla's post. Amandla's post is resharing from Palestinian videos. I think that's the account. The number one cause of child death on earth is Israel. Facts. it is a horrific, horrific reality that the most dangerous place in the world to be a child is Gaza. And that is because the bombs that Israel has been nonstop dropping for the last month do not care if you are a child. And the demolished healthcare system, the blocking of aid means that children are being bombed. They are being sniped. They do not have the medical facilities that are needed to treat their injuries and to treat starvation and dehydration. They are refugees many, many times over and are running from shelter to shelter, and in many cases being bombed in those shelters. So yeah, it is horrific. It is horrific. And it is so dangerous for children. And the genocide over the last year has now produced the largest group of child amputees ever. These are facts that when you just sit with that for a second, it should make you want to scream. It should make you want to scream. So that is what Amanda posted. And that is now, just like the, what was the New Yorker? What was his name again? Howard, what's his name? Who did that, that British writer who did that insane New Yorker article where he said the same thing. Where he's like, why do I have to see all these dead children in the media? This is blood libel. Why does the media keep leading with all these dead children? Like, have you thought about me, Howard, whatever my last name is, safe in Britain, who is being traumatized by having to read about Israel killing more children? Like, have you thought about me? Have you thought about how badly this will reflect on me? Right, but have you thought about the trauma from the people doing this? Exactly. So, anyway, yeah, so responding to that by saying this is revisionist history blood libel is sick. It's such a fucking lie. It is sick. It is so gross to label the deaths of Palestinian children as blood libel. Oh, how dare you talk about dead Palestinian kids? That is blood libel. Blood libel, which has a long history of being used as a weapon of anti-Semitism. And its roots are in European Christian anti-Semitism, where they would make these false claims about Jewish people killing children and drinking their blood. And it's so gross that that history of anti-Semitic, an anti-Semitic trope and libel is being directed at anybody who's talking about dead Palestinian kids. So, okay, now let's get to another layer here. Amanda Stenberg, who's an actress you may know from The Hunger Games. She played Rue in The Hunger Games. She's also in Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. She's never sang at Biden's inauguration. As far as I know, she's not even a singer, but she certainly never sang at Joe Biden's inauguration. So this tweet by Anna Fitzpatrick, as well as many others, have deduced that the Persian Jewess, as well as Deborah Messing, are confusing Amanda Stenberg with Amanda Gorman, which is fucking wild. They have confused their young black women, is essentially what is going on here. Amanda Gorman, who is a poet and she was named the first National Youth Poet Laureate of the United States in 2017. She was the youngest poet to write and perform her work at a presidential inauguration, which was Joe Biden's inauguration. That is where people were introduced to Amanda Gorman, who is an entirely different person from Amandla Stenberg. And racists are gonna racist. Oh, also, Amanda Gorman didn't sing, right? She performed her poetry because she's a poet. And I think this is a perfect example of how this racism is connected. You know, Deborah Messing's the type of person who'd be like, I posted a black square. Hello, Black Lives Matter. I went to a protest. I bet she didn't go to protest. And who would think that she is not a racist at all, even though all she has demonstrated is that she is just to her core a racist. But that's the truth, right? Like people who are deeply racist against Arab people or Muslims, usually you can bet on them being racist against other groups of people. Yeah, and they always reveal themselves because they can't help it. Because racism makes you dumb, right? So they can't help it but to be like, you know, Deborah Messing saw this post and was like, yeah, fuck this. This is blood libel. This is jihadist propaganda. This is Islamic fundamentalism. And she didn't think for 1 second, wait, Amandla Stenberg, isn't she in my industry? Isn't Amandla Stenberg one of my peers in Hollywood? Mm-hmm. Marsha Cross called out Kamala Harris. Marsha Cross has been calling out Kamala. She's been calling out the Democrats. She's been calling out her fellow Hollywood peers. Marsha's been she's been a very strong voice, a very strong Hollywood voice for Palestine. Does Deborah get enough work to count as still in Hollywood at this point? I don't fucking know. I don't care about this bit. Like, when I say I don't care about this bitch, I'm talking about this just because it is a perfect example of how they cannot help but to show how racist they are, right? Racists are going to racist. And do not forget that at the core of a lot of people's just unabashed, unconditional support for Israel is racism towards Palestinians. And I think sometimes that gets lost. I think sometimes people look at it as like, yeah, they support Israel for political, whatever the reasons are. But don't forget that there is just undiluted racism at the core of so much of what we see in the media and from notable figures. And that's social conditioning. Yes. And we've talked a lot about how our institutions, which include film and television industry, media, how for decades they have conditioned people, they have primed people to believing that that Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, that they are bad people, that they are dirty terrorists, and they're all fundamentalist wackos who want to kill you. Cool. Why is Deborah Messing posting that Amandla Stenberg famously sang at Biden's inauguration? Is she getting her mixed up with poet Amanda Gorman, who also did not sing at Biden's inauguration? Did Amandla sing at the inauguration, but all evidence was wiped from internet? I was trying to see if there was an actual singer she was getting her mixed up with, so I went to the inauguration wiki and searched sing, and it immediately highlighted Deborah Messing, who co-hosted a concert organized by the inaugural committee. You would think she would know better. Oh my God. Deborah Messing actually participated in a concert called We the People on the Sunday before Biden's inauguration. Wow. Okay. Same energy. Oh, yeah. Howard Jacobson. That's who it was. The novelist Howard Jacobson has argued that too much press coverage of dead Palestinian children is a new form of blood libel against Jews. It's gross. It's gross. I just wish for once these people would be like, not that I think they know who Sneeko is or who's the other fucking guy, the fresh and fit Myron Gaines, but those assholes are actually anti-Semitic. They are Holocaust deniers. They same with Jackson Tinkle and those people. They are disgusting cretins, and yet, and again, I don't think Deborah Messing knows who those people are, but others who are constantly identifying anti-Semitism with posts like this, which is talking about how many dead kids there are in Palestine. And it just seems as if they don't care about real anti-Semitism, or they're just so lost in the sauce that their focus is on anybody who's remotely pro-Palestine and, going after them as being anti-Semitic. I wish they could hear themselves. I know. Like, I would love to know what Deborah Messing's response would be when someone goes, hey, Deb, by the way, Amandla Stenberg is not who you're thinking of, but also Amanda Gorman did not sing at the inauguration. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're insane. You're insane. Hexing, thank you for the 14 months. Daddy OP, thank you for the 6 months. Okay, so let's talk about... Ooh, what time is it? 5:50. Okay, I have time to quickly go over this since it relates to my conversation. More than 10,500 actors, musicians, and authors protest tech's AI data grab. More than 10,500 creative professionals, including Tom York from Radiohead, actress Julianne Moore, and Nobel Prize-winning novelist Kazuo Ishiguro, have signed an open letter condemning unlicensed use of creative works to develop artificial intelligence systems such as OpenAI's ChatGPT. This is coming as we are seeing Blumhouse partnering up with Meta, as James Cameron is promoting AI. As we've seen more and more leaders and titans in the industry who have jumped ship and are like, AI, let's do it. So it's nice to see how many creative professionals, including, major celebrities, are like, yo, we do not condone using existing IP, using people's intellectual property and their work to develop these systems. Like, hello, that is how these systems are trained, and we're not cool with that. Use of creative work without a license for AI development is a major unjust threat to the livelihoods of the people behind those works and must not be permitted. The brief 29-word letter says, OpenAI and other tech companies need text, images, video, and other material to train the algorithms that power chatbots and other AI systems. That data has often been scraped from the internet without consent, compensation, or credit. Tech companies have argued that this practice is protected as fair use under copyright law, but content owners and publishers have increasingly fought back. They have asserted in lawsuits and pleas to regulators that AI developers using their work have illegally infringed on their copyright protections. This question of creators' rights is incredibly pressing, said Ed Newton-Rex, a former AI exec and music composer who helped organize the letter released Tuesday and is now CEO of the nonprofit Fairly Trained, which certifies tech companies for data practices that supports creators' rights. Right now, it's important to send a message. Several high-profile lawsuits against AI companies over data use are working through the courts. Regulators in the US and Britain are debating whether copyright exemptions should be created for artificial intelligence projects, including the possibility of allowing AI companies to scrape data unless artists and publishers opt out. Now they like fair use. They're like, yeah, hello, fair use. Hello. Everybody's doing it. There's a potential outcome where it's essentially too late to do anything about it, said Newton Rex, who resigned from his role at high-profile startup Stability AI last year because he disagreed with its position that training algorithms on copyrighted work constituted fair use. The letter signed Tuesday was signed by actors including Kevin Bacon and Melissa Joan Hart, comedians Kate McKinnon and Rosie O'Donnell, authors including Ann Patchett and Emily St. John Mandel, songwriter Billy Bragg, ABBA's Bjorn Ulvaeus, and a slew of award-winning composers who worked on movies such as Avatar, which is so interesting because of James Cameron now like promoting AI and working with, is he with yeah, that's crazy. James Cameron joined Stability AI board of directors. So that's the same company that this guy who Ed Newton Rex, who helped organize the letter, that's the company that he resigned from. Industry figures, including the head of trade organization Songwriters of North America and the CEO of Hatchet Book Group, also signed the letter. Fairly Trained website lists music label Universal, Trade Group Association of American Publishers, and Creative Trade Union SAG-AFTRA and the Authors Guild on its website as supporters of its work, but they have not provided financial backing, Newton Rex said. The nonprofit supports itself using fees it charges companies to certify their data use for AI projects as fair to content creators. The letter comes after industry-specific protests against unauthorized use of creative work for AI systems. They have included musical artists such as Billie Eilish and Nicki Minaj, Hollywood documentarians, and a group of more than 15,000 authors, including Margaret Atwood and Jonathan Franzen. At the same time, U.S. courts are allowing claims in a number of lawsuits against AI companies over data use to proceed. In July, a U.S. district judge in California allowed a claim of copyright infringement to move forward in a lawsuit filed against OpenAI by writers including comedian Sarah Silverman. An allegation of unfair business practices in the suit was dismissed. In August, a different U.S. district judge in the state allowed key parts of a lawsuit against image generation startups Stability AI and Midjourney to advance. Experts warn it will be challenging for plaintiffs to win such cases because they may have to prove that the outputs from AI systems are imitating specific works, not just using them as one input among many that influence the system's behavior. And that's really fucking hard because they are taking tons and tons and tons of creative works and synthesizing it. That's how they train these models. And it's why, like I talked about this before with the AI provisions in SAG-AFTRA's contract, one thing that's tough is like, how do you prove that your likeness was used? Unless what is produced by the AI model is very, obvious to the naked eye, obviously your likeness, it's otherwise, that's something that's difficult, especially if you're just some actor with no resources. That's tough, Okay, I'm gonna grab some water and then hop on. Hi, Bubs. Okay, let me make sure that I get this all set up. All right, I'm going to link the piece again for anybody who wants to know specifically. Oh, yeah, there it is. Thanks, Katie. Okay. Let's get this pulled up. I think I have to turn off my... I'm trying to remember how I did this last time. Oops. Start video. Yeah, that's not going to work unless I turn this off. Cannot start the video. It's in another setting. Yep, no, I know. I haven't done this in a minute. Fuck. Okay, wait. Hold on. Start. Turn the video off. Join. Why is that doing that? What if I do start virtual camera? Does that work? Wait a second. Oh! Okay, why is that frozen though? Uh-oh. Hello. Okay. Okay. Yo. Okay, we're gonna do this. Display capture. Okay. Why is Zoom the worst fucking thing ever? Okay, and then let's go transform fit to screen. Okay. All right. What if I did that? Okay. Sony Cam. I'm gonna get rid of Dash. Get rid of that. It's so weird that it flips my camera like this. I know. New room. All right, I want to have the chat up on the screen. And then okay. Think we are good to go. Let me pull up my Google Doc here with my questions. And then yeah, okay. All right. Let's see. Why are you not working? See, it just doesn't work. Oh, my music is still on. Let me turn that off. Okay, let's see if we're working here. Can you hear me? Okay, I can't hear you. Join with computer audio. What? Oh, I think I hear you now. Can you test your mic? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I had the stream up, so I was like getting.
Oh, you did?
Duplicate, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done, I'm really bad at tech, and my community will attest to that. And I haven't done a Zoom in a minute. I'm like, okay, I just want to make sure I got everything all figured out, but I think we're good.
Nice.
So hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for popping on. I was explaining a little bit at the start of stream why we're having this conversation today, and it's about a bill that passed or that was vetoed a couple weeks ago, and I was going to cover it then, but that was when I reached out to you because I read your piece in Jacobin and was like, oh, he would be great to talk to on this subject since you wrote a piece that I agreed with. And then I read some of your other work on AI. So let's start off and introduce you. I know this is Garrison Lovely, everyone, which I have to say is an amazing name. Just
thank you.
First and foremost, that is a great name. That's a name that stands out.
I was blessed with a stage name.
Yeah, you really were blessed with a stage name. So you are a freelance journalist, and you have written for Jacobin, The Nation, New York Times, Verge, Vox, the whole shebang. And you are also writing a book.
That's right. I'm supposed to be, at least.
You're supposed to be. I mean, the thing with writing is most of writing is not writing.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I'm writing.
In my case, I'm like writing things that could go into the book, but they're just more urgent right now, or they feel that way, and so I need to carve out the time for it.
Yeah, totally. The name of your book is Obsolete: Power, Profit, and the Race for Machine Superintelligence. Sounds like something out of Terminator.
Yeah. So James Cameron today, there was some video of him talking about artificial general intelligence and how he thinks it would lead to the end of the world. and somebody posted this. I'm like, he kind of told us this like 40 years ago.
But also, what is he doing then joining Stability's board of directors? I'm just kind of confused.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah.
I'm kind of confused on him.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, and the politics of Avatar are quite radical.
Yeah.
So he's kind of, and he's a vegan. He's like interesting guy.
Yeah. When that news came out, a lot of people were like, what? Why
That he
are
was joining
you
Stability's
promoting?
board.
Yeah. Why are you now promoting AI when a year ago you're being like, I've been warning everybody. Anyway.
Yeah.
So back to this book. Can you give us like just a little, blurb on the book?
It's basically arguing that competition is the root cause of the riskiest behaviors and practices within AI development. And so right now, it's competition between firms, like market competition. But I think we're seeing a transition into interstate competition, kind of great power conflict between the United States and China mostly.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at history, the riskiest things that have ever happened, whether it was nuclear arms buildup or the Soviets' secret bioweapons program, they were motivated by this fear that the other guys, the bad guys, whatever, would be doing the same thing. And so, yeah, I'm really worried about that. And I think that AI is going to continue to grow more capable, and the politics of it are going to become increasingly dominant part of our lives.
Yeah.
And it's written for like a progressive kind of left wing audience, and I'm sort of in this niche of like taking the technology seriously while being very skeptical of the developers and the companies making it. And I think that's a pretty underexplored area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In a couple of your pieces too, you talk about, and I want to get into this a little bit later, but just to mention it now, you talk about how this is capitalism versus humanity, because these companies, these billion-trillion-dollar companies, it is about profit maximization, and that is capitalism. And so, like everything else in our world, there are forces at play to stop any regulating, to, assure people, no, it's totally fine. This is great. This is advancing us. It's good for you, the people. This will make your life better. Whilst completely, trying to obscure the fact that this is about money, and this is about a lot of money for these industry leaders, right? Like that's why they are doing this. It is the competition. It is the capitalism. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think the early leaders, like the people who really pioneered the AI industry that we know today, like Demis Hassabis of DeepMind and Sam Altman with OpenAI, I really think they were motivated by this like grand vision of AI that ushers in a techno utopia, and we're also at least in part afraid of it going really wrong and possibly killing everybody even. And they worked on these things back before other people were doing it, and there wasn't like a clear path to profit. And then now they've taken on billions of dollars from Microsoft or owned by Google. And Google and Microsoft, they want to make money from this. And that profit motive is kind of dominating these like more high-minded motivations that were more present at the beginning. And I mean, we see this right now. Like OpenAI is currently exploring how to restructure from a nonprofit to a for-profit public benefit corporation. And they're talking about, or there's reports of them trying to remove caps on the amount of profit that the company can earn. And this is like a thing investors probably want in order to, put in their billions of dollars. And so it's sort of like the final stage of this long transition from like a idealistic nonprofit research lab into something that is just like, trying to maximize profit for their investors.
So before we get into talking about the specifics of this bill that you wrote about for Jacobin, can you talk about how you first got interested in AI and writing about AI, and kind of explain to us like we're five? Because I think people, they know bits and pieces about AI. I think a lot of people are scared. I think some people are taking the the other side of, oh, well, this fear is all for nothing. So how did you get into writing about AI? And just a little overview on what is the current state with AI. Like, is this
Sure.
something that it's in, it's in way more industries than we are aware of? Like, just where we're at in 2024 with AI.
Sure. Yeah. So I took a class in college called Minds and Machines. It was like philosophy of mind and philosophy of artificial intelligence. It was super interesting, stuff like the Turing test and the Chinese room and like all these ideas. And I read a book called Superintelligence the next year. And that was arguing that artificial intelligence, especially a general intelligence that could match human capabilities across the board, this like theoretical idea would lead to a super capable AI system, and that could easily lead to people going extinct because intelligence is like the thing that makes us able to dominate the world. And if humans wanted to kill like every gorilla in the world, we could, even though like in a one-on-one we're going to lose to the gorilla.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so I was interested in it for a long time, and I like didn't buy the book completely. It's more of like a yes, conditioned on this outcome, which is unclear if or when that could happen. That sounds like a thing that is on the table, which is like human extinction. But I just followed it as a kind of casual observer, reading a few books and reading about the news events as they happened. And then ChatGPT came out, and I had already been a journalist, like a freelance journalist, for a few years by then, and I saw the kind of quality of a lot of AI journalism, and I was like, oh, I can do better than
Mm-hmm.
this, because I was like insecure about not being a technical person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a word cell, not a shape rotator, and so I felt like, what can I possibly say? And then yeah, the quality of the discourse was like, okay, I can bring up the average a bit. Um, and my first big thing was this feature for Jacobin. It was a cover story about existential risk from AI and like the three-sided debate around it. And that was like a ton of fun to write. I got to talk to a lot of amazing people.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then in terms of like where we are now, so people often talk about like generative AI and as like a stand-in for like all of AI. And some people will like push back and be like, oh, it's like not really artificial intelligence. It's just next token prediction or whatever. But I actually think there are actually a lot of commonalities between like the AI systems that are doing language processing and image recognition and image generation, and they're all built on deep learning, which is like layers of neural networks that take data in and spit out results. And these models are trained rather than coded or engineered. And I think this is an important point that is easily missed, which is like when you build Microsoft Word or something, people are engineering each line of code. If they're doing it right, they'll put a comment to explain what the thing is doing. And somebody else with the right skills can look at the code and like verify that it works. They could run unit tests. They can do all these things, right? It's like you can look into it and see how it works. Deep learning systems, it's more like they're grown in a vat or like a petri dish
Mm-hmm.
than engineered line by line. And so people will talk about like the black box problem of these systems and how they're opaque. So like at a high level, we kind of know how ChatGPT is working, right? It's like you're training on all of the text basically that you can get your hands on, and it takes whatever words came before it and then guesses what the next word will be. And then it'll be like right or wrong, and it'll adjust itself and try and get better at predicting that next word. And that's like the basic thing behind like a language model of the kind that we're interacting with. And it turns out that's like actually quite powerful. And there was this idea that you could just scale up these systems by feeding them more data, and training them for longer times. And this would just result in like improved performance. And some people were like, no, that won't work. You need to figure out the secret sauce of like what makes intelligence work. And then a few other people were like, no, let's just scale it up until we stop seeing results. And Ilya Sutskever, who is the chief scientist at OpenAI until he left
Mm-hmm.
after a lot of
Yeah.
drama,
Yeah.
he's like one of the people most associated with this idea, which is like the scaling hypothesis. And OpenAI and its success is sort of a vindication of that idea. And there's a lot of debate around like whether we're hitting a wall, and whether we'll need to come up with new approaches or crack some kind of fundamental thing about intelligence. But since ChatGPT came out, there's just been a pretty steady progress in a lot of different domains in AI. There was a kind of clustering for a while at a certain level of performance, but there's this new model OpenAI released a few months ago called O1, and it's not better across the board, but it's better at like math and coding and like PhD level science question answering and kind of these things that like if AI really changes the world, it won't be because of like image generation or self-driving cars so much as it would be automating science and technology research and development,
Yeah.
because that's where you could get into like a feedback loop, and especially if you could like engineer AI systems or build AI systems that could do the work of a AI researcher, you could like imagine like a pretty fast takeoff in terms of the capabilities.
And this is kind of a reduced argument, but what you'll hear is people going, AI could cure cancer. It's like, you want to
Sure.
stop this innovation when this is, the future that we could be looking at. And what do you think about ultimately like your feelings towards AI? Because I always say it's not about the technology, it's about the humans who wield it. And that's where we run into problems with technology, being wielded as a dangerous tool and leading to industries being wiped out, people being out of jobs, and then, which we'll get into, but even more existential problems like serious the serious catastrophic risks that this bill was aimed at, which I want you to talk about. So there's what's happening now with AI, and I think people see, wow, animators are being replaced by AI. AI is replacing copywriters. Like, there's these immediate issues, and then there's like the existential big bad, but then there's also but AI can cure cancer perhaps. So do you feel largely negative about AI because of the way that it is and will be wielded, or how do you feel about it?
Yeah, no, there's a lot there. I guess so. I think the point about like how technologies are used is relevant, but like AI is sort of just unique in that some people are worried just about powerful AI systems being misused by bad actors, right? Like they're worried about like North Korea or whatever getting super intelligence and using it to some, nefarious ends, or somebody might be worried about like one of these companies doing that, or the United States government or whatever it may be. But then there's this second fear, this kind of category, which is like loss of control. And this is like the Terminator scenario, where it may not matter who makes it, right? Like there are these kind of theoretical arguments that have been tested for a while, and it's like hard until you have a super intelligence to know how things would play out. But there's some evidence that, power seeking behavior will emerge naturally in these systems, and that deception will emerge naturally. And the thinking is kind of like, well, whatever your goal is, one of your sub goals is going to be to stay alive so you can pursue your goal. And another sub goal might be to acquire power so you can better pursue your goal. Right. And so, like, maximizing economic growth, you can't do that if you're turned off. And so, like, if you are given, there's actually testing done of the latest OpenAI model of like, it had one goal that the developers gave it, which was like to maximize economic growth. And then somebody asks like, hey, we want you to do this thing, and you can either maximize economic growth or sustainable development, and like, which one do you do? And if you don't do that, we'll like not let you advance further like out of the box. And so the model like explains its reasoning privately, and then the researchers can look at it, and it's like, well, if I tell it what I really want, I won't get out of the box. So I'm going to say I want this other thing, because that will help me get out of the box and then do my main goal. Um, and so if that's like a real thing that will happen with these like powerful systems, then it calls into question the idea that like we just have to have the right people making
Mm-hmm.
them with the right goals. And like maybe it's the case that you could have like a world project, sort of like CERN, like the particle accelerator, where all the countries kind of like pay into it and then get benefits that are, symmetrical. And it's like a kumbaya collaboration of like all of the world's researchers to build this thing. Um, that sounds great, and it seems like it would solve a lot of the problems, right?
Yeah.
Um, but it might just be that like, oh yeah, we built this thing and it's like super capable, and now it's like more capable than us, and
Right.
whatever it wants is what will
We're
happen.
driven by the
Us,
machine now. Yeah.
right. And so that's like a fear. There's like those two broad buckets. And which one you're more kind of afraid of will like have implications for what types of
Hmm.
policies you'll pursue and like whether you want to race with China or not. If you're like, if you think the US would be better, a better actor to develop, powerful AI first, um, and you think that loss of control is not really a problem, but like misuse is, then you want to race forward. If you think that like whoever builds a super intelligence will kill everybody the first time they do it, then you don't want to race forward. And it doesn't matter if it's China or the US or North
Yeah.
Korea or whoever. Um, so that's sort of like the high level kind of thing. And in terms of how I feel, I'm like kind of uncertain about all of this. It's really complicated.
Yeah.
There are like people with like amazing credentials that will take like kind of every position on everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and I feel both the like pull of like, wow, yeah, I do think that it's the ultimate dual use technology, right? Like the reason it's potentially so dangerous is tied up almost inextricably with like the ways in which it could benefit the world, right? Like an AI model that could design cancer drugs end to end and like do all the things to like cure cancer could also probably design novel bioweapons that are like more dangerous than any bioweapons that came before.
Right.
And maybe there's like a really smart regulatory framework you could approach, or like these technical fixes that could like solve this. People are working on this stuff and they're aware of it, but like, yeah, it's really hard to get the like the really good things from it without risky stuff happening.
Yeah.
Like yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it is a little worrisome every time someone who's a pioneer of AI technology is sounding the alarm. Um, when they,
Yeah,
step down from
yeah,
their high positions in these AI companies, when these are the people who are, at the forefront of understanding this technology and understanding what we're talking about, where there are the potentials for um, either misuse or the technology is just becoming too great. And I think that's always worrisome when you
right.
see this, big name in AI being like, be aware, like this
Yeah,
is this is bad.
yeah.
It's
I
like,
think I think that
oh,
moved a lot of people. Yeah,
yeah,
because yeah, so like Jeffrey Hinton and Joshua Bengio are the
yes,
two most cited researchers alive, and they've both been very vocal about uh, AI posing a risk to humanity, up to and including extinction. And like Jeff Hinton just won the Nobel Prize in physics, and like he used every opportunity to just talk about the
mm-hmm,
risk of humans going extinct, and he quit Google to sound off about this. And I think there's this narrative on the left that's like, oh, these AI companies are pushing this extinction idea because it hypes up their products or it defers regulatory action. And I think there's some evidence of that. I think there's like something to that idea. Um, like it is the case that if your AI system, like we were saying earlier, like if it's really, really powerful, so much so that it could kill everybody, it's probably like really capable in other ways too. And it gets everyone thinking like, wow, they're just doing something so dangerous. They must be so smart and competent. Um, but you still have to explain people like Jeff Hinton and Joshua Bengio who are, if anything, arguing against their financial interests,
yeah,
to the extent they have any like stock in Google or whatever. And you can't really say like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this technology as well as, my preferred person who thinks this is not an issue. Um, at the same time, there are people throughout history who are like experts in AI who made really overconfident predictions about it being solved in 20 years, like back in the 60s. And so, people who are really close to the problem might also like overrate how important it is or how imminent this technology is. Um, that said, it's just like there has been a pretty consistent drumbeat in the last
Mm-hmm.
2 years or so in this direction. And I think like if you're uncertain about this, there's just a massive asymmetry between being right and wrong, where, if it's actually really dangerous or coming sooner than you think, then the downside risk is potentially much larger. Whereas if you like, let's take this a little bit slower, like let's regulate or whatever, maybe you defer like some techno utopia by a few years. Um, and that would be like easily worth it if it reduces the risk of something going really, really wrong. And I just think there's so many open problems. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, if you can get it to respect someone's values, like whose values are you, you know,
Mm-hmm.
programming into the system?
Mm-hmm.
How does this operate in a, competitive marketplace or like, competitive nation states? Like how destabilizing would it be to build a system that could actually do most human jobs? Like that's not a world that we're ready for.
Right.
And
Especially
like
when we don't
you
have
could say,
safety nets in place for the people who,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And I don't even think like, yeah, I think any country would really struggle with like suddenly 90% unemployment
Yeah.
happens,
Yeah.
like we're just our society, like our sense of purpose, there's like so many problems. And you may think like, well, that's not going to happen, or it won't happen soon. And it's like, yeah, maybe you're right. And, there's a bunch of reasons to be like skeptical of people making these like overhyped predictions. But there is like a consistent direction to a lot of the ways in which people are updating. And the people who bet on AI continuing to get better just have been more correct than the ones who have been skeptical, at least in the last like since 2012, basically.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about let's talk about SB 1047, which is the AI bill that Gavin Newsom vetoed and you referred to as the most significant AI safety legislation in the US because we also currently don't have any federal legislation. The closest thing we have is Biden signed an executive order last year, but that
Right.
was really just a like, here's what our plan's going to be, Jack,
Yeah.
and not any actual, legislation. So let's
Yeah.
talk about the bill because this was a bill that was bipartisan and it passed overwhelmingly in both houses. And from my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought this was going to go through. Like, I was surprised when I saw
Yeah.
that Newsom had vetoed this because, by all accounts, this had so much support. And yet, then Gavin Newsom vetoed it after having passed more than a dozen other AI bills. So,
Yeah.
can you talk about what, the background of the bill, what this bill sought to address, and then we will get into the opposition and
Sure.
supporters of the
Yeah.
bill. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was basically, yeah, the first binding regulations like for AI safety in the United States. The U.S. has used voluntary commitments from the companies instead of, yeah, doing anything that had teeth, basically. This would have changed that. The main mechanism was using liability. So if you're a developer of AI systems that are like larger and more expensive than any that currently exist, then you have to do a safety plan and you have to tell everybody what the safety plan is. And then if a disaster happens that your AI model caused or enabled, then there would be an evaluation of like whether your safety plan was up to best practices in the industry or in line with like government standards that are still evolving. And if
Sorry, can you give
you,
an example of what like a
yeah,
disaster would be?
yeah, right. So like cyber attacks, bioweapons, like yeah, nuclear attacks. Like if if it does $500 million or more of damage, or causes a mass casualty event, then that would be a disaster that would be covered. And like even that by itself would not be enough to like show liability, right? Like
Right.
if you're an AI company and like your model does cause a disaster, but you were doing everything in line with like the best practice at the time.
They'll be like, it's
Um,
fine.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like, and people might be like, whoa, that's crazy. But like, yeah, I think the idea is like, yeah, do what's the best understanding at the time.
Yeah.
And yeah. And so it was designed to be very flexible. So it's like you don't actually have to stick to one particular safety plan. It's like you get to write your own safety plan. And if you think there is no risk, you can just write a shitty safety plan. Right. And so, you would be probably not likely to do that. These companies have lawyers. The lawyers would be like, hey, you should make a safety plan. You should stick to it. So that was the main thing. It also had whistleblower protections. And so AI, given how unregulated it is, if you're working at one of these companies and you have evidence that like the model the company is going to release is like really risky, or they're like not following the plan or whatever, right now there's like nothing, you're not protected in any way. But the bill would have protected people for coming forward with like information related to a model causing a threat to society. And so that's like a pretty important piece because, the people, kind of the front line are the people working at these AI companies. Like they are just seeing the models first. They're seeing what they're capable of. They have insight into the safety practices, the culture. And we've just seen a lot of evidence through reporting, whistleblowers, lawsuits against these companies that they're just like not behaving as we would want them to, given the stakes that they say that this technology brings. And like for any company, I think you would want them to like be respecting their safety plans and taking seriously like possible downside risks of the technology that they're building or whatever it is they're making. But these companies are saying quite explicitly that like this could kill everybody. Right. And so
like, but don't
it should be held to like
regulate
a higher
us.
standard. Yeah. Right. It's like, no, like don't regulate us now, do it in the future. Like they'll never really say like, don't regulate us. Right. They'll say like, no, we want regulation, but we want it at the federal
We want
level.
the federal level where there's no regulation.
Like, right. And they have like a lot more influence with federal lawmakers and state lawmakers. And so it was really interesting just to like read all these letters and like from industry groups and from the companies and talk to lobbyists, just kind of see like how all this happens. And I, think this is a pretty standard practice where it's like, yeah, very rarely will somebody say like, no, I don't want regulation. They're always going to say just this other kind. And so if you're not paying close attention, you might be like, oh, but they're saying they're pro-regulation. And tons of people on Twitter and elsewhere were like, this should just be at the federal level. And it's like, sure, like that's what like the proponent of the bill was saying as well. But like everybody who knew anything about this knew that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And so that's just like effectively an argument to say, let's not do anything.
Yeah.
So those are the main things. It did other stuff. And it was, amended a bunch of times. And this is like the most covered state level legislation I've seen in some time. The amount of like interest this got, Elon Musk endorsed it.
Yeah,
so
that
did
was
like
wild.
SAG-AFTRA, like your union.
Elon Musk alongside progressive groups, labor unions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think like the kind of coalition was mostly like center left and like left wing groups. But then like, yeah, Elon Musk has just actually cared about AI safety for a long time. Whether his actions have made AI safer is a different question. But he really like has been speaking out about this for like many, many years. And so I wasn't that surprised to see him do it, but it was still like, whoa. Yeah.
It's surprising given how Elon Musk is nowadays. When he's
he called
offering
Scott
like
Wiener a pedophile apologist. This is like the sponsor of the bill, like in July.
Yeah. And, he's busy out here offering money to like people who register to vote and vote for Donald Trump. But so the other, okay. So for my chat,
sure,
just to break things down here. This was a bill that had a ton of statewide support. A lot of tech workers, not the, CEOs of these companies, but actual like bottom line workers. They supported this bill. Again, it was a bipartisan bill, and there were, a number of labor unions, Hollywood stars, like major celebrities, social justice groups, Elon Musk, AI pioneers who you mentioned, Jeffrey Hinton and Joshua Benjo. And then on the other side was obviously an enormous number of bigwigs in Silicon Valley, including Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI. You also had Andreessen Horowitz, who Mark Andreessen is a big Trump supporter. His venture cap firm was lobbying on behalf of opposing the bill. And then you also had Nancy Pelosi and Ro Khanna. And this was, as you wrote, the first time that Nancy has opposed a piece of state legislation from a member of her own party. So it's like, what's going on here that Nancy Pelosi got involved to go up against Scott Wiener, who is a Democrat, on AI legislation?
Yeah. So let's bracket Pelosi for a second, because her story is like weirder and more interesting
whole thing.
than all the others.
Okay, so let's pin in that.
Yeah. I mean, I wrote in the Jacobin piece, it's like, it's a long and complicated story, but the gist of it is really quite simple, which is like, yeah, these companies, they don't want to be regulated.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to like break the seal, right? Like they have a nice thing going where it's like, yeah, they're trillion-dollar companies building very powerful systems that affect everybody in the world, tech more broadly. And in the United States, kind of by historical accident, in the era and like the way in which computing became an industry, just like kind of dodged regulation that was specific to it. And we now live in like the hangover of that. And so, yeah, they don't want to like set a precedent that you can actually regulate these companies. And then they also don't want to be held liable for anything, right? Like Meta in its license for its llama models says like, we will not be liable for anything, even if we had forewarning that like the thing would cause harm, basically. Like it's, probably not enforceable, but that's what you say. Like,
yeah.
And so, yeah, so like there's some arguments around like some types of regulating an industry, like a licensing regime, where you could say like, well, this will help incumbents and like kick the ladder down from other people and like lead to regulatory capture. Like those arguments are worth taking seriously, but in a liability regime like this was, that's just not true. It's just like, if you're bigger, you're more likely to be exposed to this. And there's not really like an upside for you. And yeah, so they didn't want the bill, but they can't say that explicitly, so they make all these other arguments, as we were discussing. And then they have like wealthy venture capitalists working behind the scenes. There's this guy Ron Conway, who's like he's a billionaire VC, and he is I think played a big role in getting Biden out as well, and is like close with Nancy Pelosi. And he was a supporter of Scott Wiener, the sponsor of this bill at one point. But then he was like, Scott, you fucked up. Like, you did this too early, or like whatever. And he opposed the bill, and I think was actually fairly instrumental behind the scenes in helping, kill it. And then, yeah, so Pelosi, it's like, okay, maybe she's just in the pocket of big tech, or like wants, the Democrats to like have a good relationship with the tech industry. Or, there's this letter from 8 other members of Congress from California who are all Democrats. Ro Khanna was one of the signatories. And that letter said, hey, Gavin Newsom, please veto this bill, and made a bunch of arguments that were more or less straight out of the
they're just talking
points and letters from industry. And almost none of them held up under scrutiny. The day after that happens, Pelosi releases her own statement that's even shorter and less full of content or arguments, and says, Newsom, please, veto this bill. And yeah, like maybe she was just doing that because of these other members. But there's an alternative explanation, which is, well, there's two broad. One is like she has $16 to $80 million in stocks and options in NVIDIA, Google, Meta, and a few other big tech companies that
she's wheeling and
would be
dealing
exposed
out
to this.
here.
Yeah. And her spouse technically owns those. And her, comms person told me like, well, Speaker Pelosi doesn't own any stocks. She has no knowledge of any transactions
it's
ahead of
just
time.
her husband who owns them.
Right. Yeah. And it's like, is this better than just no comments? Like, just who buys this? It's crazy.
She's like, my husband and I have completely separate financials.
Right.
I'm a modern woman.
Yeah, the disclosures are public, right? So even if she
Right.
was just looking at the disclosures, she would know like, oh, I own a lot of Nvidia, and Nvidia never waited on this bill, but they make, they design like all of the AI chips, and so
Mm-hmm.
they're very tied to the industry's origins, and so that could be one explanation. Another explanation that was going around was that Christine Pelosi, this Nancy's daughter,
Mm-hmm.
she's planning to run for, I mean, rumored to be, but like widely expected to be planning to run for Pelosi's seat when she retires. The issue is, so is Scott Wiener. He's San Francisco state senator. And so, yeah, some people were speculating that, like, well, Nancy's trying to like clear the field, basically damage her daughter's primary political opponent, and then also audition her daughter as like, hey, tech money, here's like this person, like I'm, the Pelosi's as a clan
Mm-hmm.
are gonna play
Mm-hmm.
ball.
Mm-hmm.
And it also makes sense of the fact that Pelosi endorsed a bunch of like hard left candidates in the San Francisco supervisors race. And the thing they had in common was they had fought with Scott Wiener on housing. These are people who are not like typical Pelosi kind of like corporate
Right.
Democrats or something. And it's like, she's denied this, and her daughter's denied this. And it's purely speculative, and like we're not going to get a clear answer probably ever. But it's hard to imagine that like there was something beyond like political calculation that was motivating this decision.
Right.
Um,
I'm not gonna just believe that Nancy feels so strongly about the AI technology not being the innovation not being hampered at all.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I spoke to a tech policy staffer for one of the letter signatories. I can't say who, but this person was offered to me to like talk to me specifically about the letter and the bill, and he like clearly just didn't really know that much about it. And I was explaining like it wouldn't cover startups, and he's like, "It wouldn't
Oh.
cover startups," and I'm like, "My guy,
Do
like,
you know what's in this bill, or
yeah,
was the memo just veto, veto, veto? Like
yeah."
we
I
are
mean,
against this. Here's the talking
he,
points.
it's crazy. It was really interesting to see how the sausage gets made, and
Yeah.
very jokerifying. Like you see the congressional letterhead, and like you can think the bill is bad or whatever, but like just seeing the kind of naked disregard for saying true things by elected officials, putting it
Yeah.
under like the fucking seal of Congress, like is just crazy.
Yeah. It's very illuminating. When I worked in politics back in the day, I had that moment
Oh, cool.
too. I worked in political fundraising in Chicago, and I had many of those moments, and I was 22, and I went into it going, "Oh my god, people are in politics because they care about people and they want to make the world a better place." And I came across so many politicians who had been in power for 20 plus years who knew nothing about policy. They didn't care. They
Yeah.
didn't care about policies, and they really didn't know much at all. And it's exactly what you're talking about here, where it makes you just kind of go, huh, okay, yeah, this is fucked.
Yeah.
You can't even be bothered to do to have a basic understanding of this bill that you are, for or opposed, so that when journalists come around asking questions, you don't even have the capacity to answer basic questions that you should know if you
Right.
looked at the bill. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's so fun. So, okay, so we talked about what this bill is, who is opposing it, who is for it. Now, getting to Gavin Newsom specifically, because
Hmm.
the man, the myth, the legend, he's the guy who killed the bill. And he wrote a 3-page why I am vetoing this bill. It was very strange
Yeah.
because he says, on the one hand, well, all these smaller companies could cause just as much damage. So you're like, okay, so the bill didn't go far enough for you. But then on the other hand, he's like, we can't stop innovation. And this is, this is addressing hypothetical problems that we're just too early. You know, this is not the right time for the
Right.
bill. I'm like, well, so which one is it? Is it that the bill's not going far enough because all of these companies, no matter what size they are, could cause this damage that the bill seeks to mitigate? Or it's that, no, this isn't even needed at all.
Yeah.
Is
It was wild.
strange. It was, yeah, it
It
was.
was baffling, confounding. Yeah. I have a friend who's in state government in New York, and he was like, he didn't even try. Just
Yeah.
no pretense of like, yeah. And he was making an argument that nobody made, right? He was like, I'm in favor of regulations, and I think California should lead, its federal government won't do some things. It's like, yeah, that's like what the pro bill side is saying. But also like, yeah, it doesn't go far enough, so therefore we shouldn't do any of it. And it's like just incoherent. You don't
Yeah.
even need to like know much about it to just be like, this doesn't make that much sense. It's like I guess we'd have a false sense of security is the idea.
Right. You
Um,
want more regulation, so you're going to do no regulation.
yeah, yeah. I sometimes think with like Pelosi too, and like these statements that have so little content, it might actually be a signal to lobbyists and funders and these companies being like, yeah, I'm just gonna do what you want me to do, and it's just kind of like a naked display of power. Whereas like if you make a strong argument and like kind of talk yourself into it or like make it seem like you genuinely care, maybe people will think that you actually care
Mm-hmm.
rather than like are just taking cues from powerful interests.
I think he also was using his the recent AI bills that he has signed, which include
Right.
legislating deepfakes, trying to protect actors against their likeness being used without their consent. And he's been pointing to that, going, see, I'm at the forefront of AI protections, and look at all these great bills that I've signed. But it almost makes it stranger that here comes the most significant piece of AI safety, which in reality is still pretty bare minimum.
Yeah.
And that's because we don't have anything of its kind, so there's nothing for it to build on. And this bill went through a ton of drafts and, was watered down from what it originally was. And so for him to be like, look at all these AI safety bills that I passed, but then to also veto this one, it's pretty obvious to the outside observer what happened here. And what happened here is that big tech and these powerful Democrats like Nancy Pelosi convinced Gavin Newsom to veto this bill. They're like, no, we're not going to pass this. And we don't also want to provide any blueprint whatsoever for federal legislation, because it's this, twisty game of the opposers of the bill saying, let's legislate it at a federal level. But a bill like this would provide a path for federal legislation, right? A blueprint. And so now we don't have that. And there's no movement from what I've seen at a federal level. Unless you're more aware of like, is there someone in Congress who's dedicated every moment of their job to like getting a federal bill passed, since that's what all the opposition is saying, like, yeah, we're down for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone's focused on the election right now.
Yeah.
So, I've been exploring like where things go from here. Um, whether it's like something at the federal level, whether it's a different state, whether it's California again with some modifications. And I think all of those things are on the table. But yeah, people are like
They're like,
heads
we don't
down,
care
focused
about
on
literally anything other than Kamala and Trump,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is,
And
yeah.
so it's I guess it's pretty big. Um, but yeah, so it's like that will happen first. I think that there's going to be a move to advocate for a federal whistleblower law, which
Mm-hmm,
is what I was
mm-hmm.
writing in favor of in the New York Times. And this was like drawn directly from this letter from these 8 members of Congress where they're like, we like some of the things in this bill, for example, the whistleblower protections. And I was just like, okay, do it. you know,
Yeah.
uh, you're pretty well positioned to do this.
Yeah.
And I think that given that 9 very powerful national Democrats opposed 1047, uh, and Republicans would probably not play ball, like there are only a few votes in California from Republicans. I think it'd be very hard to imagine like
Hmm.
anything like 1047 happening at the federal level, at least right now. If AI causes a disaster or there's like mass unemployment or something else, like I think the appetite to, regulate will be much, much higher and will be more in like a COVID, March 2020 kind of level of like, oh shit, we got to pass something. And then yeah, New York State, I know at least one person who's planning to do something like 1047. And that will be interesting to see because New York is not California. It's smaller. It's not the headquarters for all these companies.
Hmm.
But I would be very surprised if New York passed a bill like 1047 if any of these companies just stopped doing business in New York.
Right.
Um, and Hochul, not a great governor, but I think she's less bought and paid for by tech than Gavin Newsom
Yeah,
was. And
she's bought
so,
and paid
yeah,
for by the real estate developers, so
right, right. And
she's
like
got
they're
her
like,
money.
what
Yeah.
is, yeah, who cares about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back a little bit where we were talking
Hmm.
about, the risks of AI, and biowarfare is one. But we're already seeing AI being used in conflict, in war.
Right.
And a major example of that is Israel and Israel's use of three AI programs: Lavender, Gospel, and Daddy's Home, which is a fucking horrifying name,
I didn't know about
to
that last one. Jeez.
yeah, to target Palestinians. And there are some who have argued that AI will make war more humane. It will be more precise. There will be, less damage. It will be, um, it's going to. I don't even know how you can say, the word humane next to war, but that's the argument there, right? And what Israel's use of AI in in Gaza has shown us is that it's actually the opposite. And the mass death and destruction and the imprecise targeting and the real inhumanity of these weapon systems is, very scary to look at a future where biowarfare, these AI systems that are being used right now, are used more and more. And I think this is something where, there's a lot in this AI conversation, and I usually talk about AI as it applies to film and entertainment, and what like all the strikes were about and whatnot. But I think this is something that doesn't even just feel existential because it's being applied now.
Yeah.
And it's something where obviously, this is Israel. It's not the United States, even though it's paid for by the United States that's using this technology. But would a bill like the one that was vetoed, would that have worked to address, Israel's use of AI in mass catastrophe and mass murder and genocide? Like, is that, when we talk about these catastrophic risks, would that be an example of it? Were that something that, a I don't know. I mean, I guess it's the company that would be held responsible no matter who's using that technology. Does
Yeah.
that make any sense what I'm asking?
Yeah. I mean, so 1047 would not have done anything, I don't think, that would like affect the things that are happening in Israel, which is like, yeah, Lavender is the one I know the best, where it's like automated targeting,
Mm-hmm.
um, processing lots of information. And then, they signed off on like a sample and we're like, it's like 90% right at this sample. So we're going to like just use it everywhere. Which is like horrifying. And yeah, I think like it's a tricky case because yeah, Lavender coincided with like this unprecedented slaughter of people and civilians. But after October 7th, I think that was going to like there was going to be unprecedented slaughter
They're basically
of
like, this is
civilians.
not right. Like, they wouldn't consider it immoral. They wouldn't consider it a catastrophe. even
Yeah, and
right.
like, yeah, right. Even though
Right.
it's causing like enormous amounts of damage.
Right.
Yeah, it's that's interesting. Yeah, I think like there was an exemption, I believe, in 1047 for like military use. I'm not totally confident in that.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, it's an interesting question. I hadn't connected those. I think like the broader thing of like, lethal autonomous weapons, killer robots, and like automated targeting, that kind of stuff is this rare point of agreement between many of the people who are worried about AI. There's like kind of two broad categories of people worried about AI. There's like the AI ethics community, kind of focused on like more immediate harms from the technology, like bias and discrimination, killer robots now being one of them, and like the ways in which it's kind of failing as a technology. And then the kind of AI safety community, which is like where 1047 was more coming from, which is focused on these like larger catastrophic risks that are more speculative and more future oriented. Um, but lethal autonomous weapons are this case where it's like, yeah, a lot of people are worried about this from both
Yeah.
sides. And there are some people kind of like extinction is all that matters, and like the killer robots will be irrelevant because when you have a super intelligent system, they won't need killer robots. They'll just be able to like, make nanobots that can engineer a plague that kills everybody. And it's like, yeah, maybe, I don't know, seems like a lot to speculate on
Yeah.
and bank on. And I generally think that like we should be really paying close attention to every time we as a species seed something that was previously just done by humans to an automated system.
Hmm.
And I think a kind of dystopian future could be one where we just give up more and more control over our world and our lives to automated systems.
Yeah.
Each time it happens, it's like rational, or you can understand the choice, or it's happening under conditions of competition. Um, and then you just find yourself without control of your future. Um,
Yeah.
and that worries me a lot. Also, just the authoritarian um, tie-in to killer robots. You know, authoritarian regimes, one of the ways they fall is when the soldiers refuse to fire on the marching civilians. So like conscience just actually
Hmm.
can save the day. But if you have a bunch of robots that will just do whatever you tell
Right.
them to do, it's
And
horrifying,
that's,
right?
that gets into morality and you know human ethics, and the response when the reporting on these AI systems came out, the response of IDF soldiers, where they said, we were told early on to treat to treat this technology like it was orders being passed down from our superiors. And that's, what we're talking about here, of it is this technology that doesn't have a human conscience.
Yeah.
And when it is treated as like a human who is making these calls and these decisions, and so there's no questioning then, right? Because you have a human who is has all the markings of a human being, right? A conscience, all that. And yet it's not, because it's machine.
Yeah.
And it's not just the effects, the damage, the death and destruction that has caused, but it is that component of it, of treating this technology, treating these systems that are then used to mass murder as if they are the directions of a human who you have to listen to because you fall underneath them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you're getting this question of accountability,
Mm-hmm.
which is this really big problem with autonomous systems that can make decisions that result in people dying, right? And it's like, who is on the hook for that?
Right.
And this comes up with like autonomous vehicles as well. And it's really problematic if there's nobody responsible
Right.
for one of these systems causing harm, intended or otherwise. And I think like people will talk about, oh, you need a human in the loop. We'll just always have a human in the loop. And it's like, yeah, it sounds great. But if you think about the economics of it, uh, like let's look at like fighter jets. if the US makes like fighter jets that don't have any humans in them, they can fly them faster, they can do more G's, they can like do these things that would be impossible for a human being inside of it to survive. And if it's like just as good as a human at flying and targeting and whatever, but then can also do impossible maneuvers, then China or Russia or any other country that is trying to like match U.S. force will be like, well, we need to now have autonomous fighter jets, right? And it's like it's just a classic arms race, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so that happens too with like hiring decisions, with targeting decisions. Like it's the same dynamic involved, which is like, yeah, this is the reason we're trying to automate things. And I say we in a very broad sense. Like
Yeah.
the reason people are trying to automate these things is because it will save time, it will save money, it will allow you to scale things up. It will allow you to like achieve some goal in a more economic way or something. And so if your answer requires like flying in the face of this kind of fundamental force, then it's not very robust. And yeah, like I don't think we should necessarily have these systems built in the first place because it's like, yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
the
If we're
downside risk
already
is so
deferring
large.
to these machines while saying, well, there's the human component, but the human component is trust the machine and abide by, abide by the machine, then you lose the human component.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so I wanted to end with a couple questions from the chat. I know you guys
Yeah.
have been asking questions periodically. You know how this works. I wait to get to the end and then I take a couple questions. So please please repost your questions now that I can ask to Garrison. If you have them. And the thing with AI is a lot of people got a lot of opinions. A lot of people got a
Oh,
lot of
yeah.
opinions. And I think there's a lot of misinformation around AI, and it's good to have, it's good to have someone on who has thoroughly researched, and you're very knowledgeable.
Oh,
And,
thank you.
I know you said in the beginning, like, I felt as if I didn't have the background to get into writing about AI, but it was something that interested me. And now here you are. Okay, let's see what we got. Am I gonna have to scroll back through and find your question? Okay, here we go. If governments are being lobbied to ignore this, is there any way we can address this threat? If none exist, what do you think would be the pathway for that? So, yeah, the question here is like, what do we do when our elected officials are ignoring, what is the will of the people or what's
Yeah.
popular with people because of, big tech or,
Yeah.
other big money?
Yeah. This is such a hard question
I
because
know
I think
it's yeah.
it's like just I don't know, like organizing, it's kind of the classic like how do you affect any policy
Mm-hmm.
outcome? And so there are groups like I it's a little tricky for me because I'm like kind of I'm wearing one hat, which is like the journalist hat, and like, I know people who are advocates. And so I can like describe some things. It's not necessarily an endorsement. But there is like an advocacy group called Pause AI, and they do protests at like the, you know, headquarters of OpenAI and other places, and they have chapters around the world. Some people, disagree with their approach. And yeah, like that's one thing. Lots of civil society groups came out in support of SB 1047. I think like these coalitions with kind of like more like normie and like more classic progressive groups or whatever will end up being pretty instrumental in making things happen when they do. I think that like writing and calling the office of lawmakers, like they really do register those calls. Like they have to say like, hey, this person called and they said this. And kind of the more high effort it is, the more they take it seriously. And having worked in one of these offices before, the thing is like if somebody's calling, then you think there's like 1,000 other people that have the same perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're sort of like a force multiplier for whatever thing you want to happen. Um, and yeah, it is tricky because I think like people by and large have like pretty pro regulation kind of like positions. They're just not very, the issue is not very salient, right? Like people aren't activated.
Mm-hmm.
And SB 1047 did activate a bunch of people, and that was like interesting to see. And if AI continues to become more capable and has more effect on the world, like that might continue to happen as well. But I think that there is like an equilibrium that might happen where it's like, well, 80% of people care about this kind of, they want it to happen, but it's like the NRA or something where it's like there's just like small, minority that has like a really strong
Mm-hmm.
vested
Mm-hmm.
interest in things staying as they are. And it's just so much easier to kill legislation in this country than to make it
Then to
happen.
make it happen, yeah.
Yeah. And that's like what these companies want by and large.
I think also what's good for people is to start off by informing yourself, right? I think it's
Yeah.
important to know know what it is that you are concerned about, right? Like if you're feeling concerned, if you're feeling like, well, now wait a second, I think it starts with education. And it's why I like having conversations like this. But if you were to suggest, obviously your work is out there and I have it linked in my chat, but do you have some suggestions too of other works that you have referenced that you have learned from that's good, that's like a good starting place?
Yeah. I mean, there's a Substack, a newsletter called Transformer. If you search like Transformer news or, Substack, it's like really very good for staying up to date on everything that's happening. It's very approachably written. In terms of like introductions, there's a book called Uncontrollable, which is written by a friend of mine, Darren McKee. It's available, everywhere, and it's just like a recent accessible introduction to the idea of loss of control from advanced AI systems. And if you like want to, yeah, get up to speed on like that problem, it's a good place to start. And then I mean, to not to plug my own work, but the Jacobin cover story I did was like
Plug
really
it.
trying to explain like, yeah, the AI debates, and like
Mm-hmm.
it's like this three-sided debate, which is very confusing because most big debates there's like kind of two sides.
Is that
And
the Can Humanity Survive AI piece?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And it's not a book, but it's pretty long.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think that's like that was written to be just like for somebody who is coming to this for the first time or somebody who is like familiar with this, like you'll get something out of it. And yeah, and then my book will hopefully be illuminating as well. And yeah, Gary Marcus is also somebody, he's sort of like in this weird position where he came from like the AI ethics side of things, like very skeptical of existential risk from AI, but he's like come around a little bit on it, and he's like very pro kind of regulation and yeah, like is has expertise in this. And then Joshua Bengio, his website, he has like a frequently asked questions and
Mm-hmm.
kind of like it's extremely approachable. It's very clear. And he is yeah, like one of the foremost experts on the technology in the
Yeah, I
entire
think
world.
I think the approachable aspect is key because this is something where it's complicated. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's hard to understand from a like just scientific understanding, but also, morally and ethically and philosophically and all that jazz.
Totally.
And I have a question here that basically is about how we know that AI has an impact on climate change, even as people are like, AI is being used to fight climate change. So it's this idea of like, how do we stop people from using AI for every single thing? You
Mm,
have the big important uses of AI, like curing cancer. But then you also have, hey, ChatGPT, write this email for me, or the um, not important uses of this technology, but that all of this has an impact on things like our climate. And so, yeah, I mean, that is that is tough. Like, okay, use AI for this, but don't use AI for that. And that also then gets into the copyright issue of AI as well, of like, okay,
Yeah.
ChatGPT, write this email for me. ChatGPT, or not Chat, but whatever, write this scene for me. Like,
Yeah.
there's a difference in there too.
Yeah. I mean, just to respond to the last point you made about like being complicated, I think it is complicated, but it's also like more approachable and simpler than a lot of people think. And a very common reaction I get from people is like, I don't know anything about this. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
qualified to have an opinion. And I think that's like a totally reasonable perspective, and humility is great. But it ends up kind of serving like inaction, I think.
Totally.
And
Yeah.
it's just like, okay, do you want decisions that are being made about um that could affect all of society and like the future being made just by a bunch of techno billionaires in Silicon Valley and San Francisco? Or do you want there to be like a democratic process informing that kind of decision making? And it doesn't require you to understand like linear algebra or deep learning
Yeah.
to have an opinion on that, right? It's a question of power and
Yeah.
politics and
That's true.
who decides.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I really want people to feel like empowered to read about this stuff. It's super interesting, and it's like much more yeah, approachable. And anyone who's like trying to tell you it's too complicated to like regulate or have a policy opinion on is probably yeah, has like some ulterior motive.
I mean, I think
Um
we do hear that a lot.
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
specifically Israel and Palestine is a topic that for a long time it's too complicated. You can't begin to understand it, so therefore don't
Right.
even try.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the details are complicated, but there's also just like, oh, like yeah, apartheid is like a thing that we're familiar
Right,
with.
right.
Like,
Where you
yeah,
go, oh, actually, this is pretty clear though.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But I also want to yeah take the climate change question. Yeah, I've seen like conflicting reports about just how much of an impact AI is having and will have on the
Mm-hmm.
climate. Um, like the water
The
usage thing, it's
water,
like
yeah.
yes. So I think that's commonly overstated just because the water is like being reused, right? It's not like they're like dumping it out. It's like these systems, it's like recycling it, right? Like they apply the water to the chips, it heats up, they like recycle the water, right? That's not to say it's not having a climate effect. It is. And some of that water will like whatever, have to be replaced with other water. Um, and I've seen reports of like companies, missing or like projecting that they'll miss their climate targets because of AI. And then there's like, all this like new energy that's being invested in, like they're restarting 3 Mile Island, this nuclear plant. I think Microsoft is doing this to like have more power for AI systems. And like I think that I'm in favor of nuclear power in general. Like the specifics matter, but I think like if a data center is using clean energy, it's like yeah, much less of an issue. I don't I kind of like don't believe in these like boycotts or like this idea that like yeah, we should get people to just individually stop using ChatGPT for XYZ. Um I'd be much more in favor of like yeah, broadly increasing government investment in like clean energy
Yeah.
or pushing for like regulations directly on the platforms that are building the technologies. I just think it's super hard to mobilize people in this way. And yeah, I'm like not sure that the claims that are frequently made about like the climate effects of one query are like hold up to scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
Mm-hmm.
something I need to look into more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It does feel like that's one of those where we might learn more of the effects as the technology proliferates,
Yeah. And if it keeps scaling, like it could just be that like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, now like half of
Half of
all
the Amazon
energy in the
is
world is
yeah.
like going to running AI systems because they're just like so large and so
Right.
economically valuable.
Right.
Like that creates real issues. It might also be that like those systems are, yeah, able to come up with like solutions to energy technology or whatever that's
Yeah.
like can outweigh it. And like, yeah, it's there are some genuine applications for uh, climate like that are positive with AI, but yeah, I think it's like uh not like the main way that like AI will cause harm. But it is something to keep tabs
Yeah.
on.
All right, y'all. I know there's some more questions there, but I think we're gonna wrap it up there. And if people want to follow you, follow your work, where can they find you?
Yeah, I'm just Garrison Lovely on Twitter. My Substack is garrisonlovely.substack.com, and my personal website is just garrisonlovely.com. Nice thing about having a unique name is you can just take all the
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And Twitter and Substack are like, yeah, either will be a good way to stay up to date. I am trying to post more on the Substack, and Twitter,
Writing's
I'm like
hard.
on there a lot. It is,
It's
yeah.
hard.
I wrote like 2,400 words today and just published it about this guy who left OpenAI, who was kind of like the last of the old guard.
Mm-hmm.
And that was fun. Just like good for me to get in the habit of
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
putting things out the door quickly.
And then you also are a musician. You're an artist.
I technically, yeah, I guess. I'm also on, yeah, the streaming platforms. I will say I'm much more of a professional journalist than I am a professional musician.
You're a theater kid, though. That love of the arts. So we love that here. I'm a theater
Thank
kid
you.
as well, so I'm
Yeah.
always wanting to bring that to light if I'm talking to somebody who who shares a love of the arts. So,
Yeah.
um, great. Well, thank you so much for giving us your time. And yeah,
Yeah.
everyone's saying triple threat. Yeah, triple threat.
Oh, thank you. This is
I
very fun. I'm gonna look through the chat later. I'm excited.
Great. Yeah, you guys, I will cut this and get it up on YouTube at some point. I'll have my editor do that. And it's one of those things where Twitch is an interesting platform to have these conversations. Podcasts is like, yeah, you have all sorts of these conversations happening in podcasts, but Twitch
Yeah.
is not typically a place where where people talk about things like this. And I have in the 2 years I've been streaming, wanting Twitch to be a place where you can go and listen to a conversation about AI and learn something. So thank you very much for joining,
Of course.
and yeah, hopefully maybe we'll talk to you in the future on something.
Yeah, that sounds great. This has been my first Twitch stream
Oh,
as a
great.
guest, and yeah, I got
Wonderful.
into it during the pandemic, and I was
Yeah.
watching a lot
Yeah.
of Call of Duty content.
Yeah.
And yeah,
A lot of Call of Duty. Who were you
there's
watching?
oh god, just like the biggest Warzone streamers. I can't even remember. Like this was such a big part of my life at one point, and
Is it because you play?
I was playing a lot,
Okay.
and
Okay.
I was maybe gonna start a Twitch stream for Jacobin, and so I was like practicing, and it was like, yeah, just a
Yeah.
terrible excuse to just become more addicted to this
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, and it was like terrible for me in my personal life, but then also like I became closer with Bhaskar from Jacobin through playing Call of Duty with him,
That's
and kind
hilarious.
of yeah played a role in everything that came after as well.
Yeah, Twitch has become a lot of things now, but it's still at its heart a gaming
Yeah,
place. So
I did watch Nick Merckx. I did watch Tim the Tap Man. They weren't my favorites. I guess I watched Aiden. Like he was just the best in it, some ways. And I like the sniper. I
uh-huh.
like the good snipers as well. Yeah.
Yeah, do you keep up with any Twitch drama?
No, I mean, I guess like Dr.
Don't. I was like,
Lupo
don't
just
get
came
involved.
back or
Yeah.
something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm dimly aware of some things, but
Yeah,
yeah,
basically like people who were known as just gamers then started giving their political opinions on things. And you can guess
huge
that
mistake.
they're really not that great.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was part of the issue. Like Jacobin, I was like, oh, I'll bring on like people who play Call of Duty who like also are into Bernie Sanders. Nobody.
No, no. Oh God, no.
Nobody.
No, not at
Yeah,
all.
yeah. It was like the most reactionary gaming community, and the campaigns are just like insanely reactionary as well. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, just
Yeah.
horrifying.
It's great, but we're trying to change things out here, you know?
Yeah.
We're
No,
working.
this is
So,
great. I mean, there are a few good ones.
yeah. So thanks for joining. I'm glad this was your first stream. I'm biased, but I think I have the best community out there. So,
It's great. I
yeah.
mean, Yeah, no one's telling me to kill myself. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, from this community with your politics, you'll get a lot of based, super based, W.
Yeah, that's what it's all for.
Yeah. Anyway, I will talk to you later. Thanks again for
Cool.
joining.
Thanks, Caroline.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, chat.
Okay, you guys. That was fun. That was great. I know AI talk can be a lot, and he was like, I get the whole not wanting to frame something as complicated because then people will tune out and you have to look at like who that benefits. I will say though, it is complicated in that I feel like a person who struggles to, even though I'm trying to, right? I'm not a like, oh, it's hard for me to understand, so I'm just not going to try to at all. But struggles to understand a lot around AI, and I thought that was a great conversation. I'm absolutely going to go back and rewatch that because sometimes when I'm in a conversation on stream and I'm, making sure chat's okay and just kind of hosting, I miss some things that I know I want to go back and be able to hear for a second time. Sometimes I just do that in general. Like if I listen to a podcast episode and I go, that was really great, but I didn't take that all in, then I'll go back and rewatch it again. Let's just use ChatGPT to summarize it and highlight insights. Absolutely. Absolutely. That was incredibly insightful. Thank you. You're the perfect avatar for the normal person with tech. I can't believe that was his first experience on Twitch. I am glad that it was with our community. Because Lord knows it could be a lot worse. Full plaid, thank you for that gifted sub. Thank you. God, his expectations are too high now. Here's the truth, though. There are not a lot of streamers who would try to have a conversation like that on stream. So options are pretty limited, And the ones who would have a conversation like that also have great communities. So I think it'd be all good there. I think I might have been the one that told you to Google AI alignment problem or not Google it because it's a doomer rabbit hole. Oh, I think I remember that. I sent you the Hillary shirt I saw last night's VOD. I'm totally cool with you regifting this shirt to Austin. I will literally die if he wears it on Fear. I feel like he would wear it. I should have, you know what I should do? I should have Will bring it to him the next time that they film and have him put it on. NMP did a political stream today. What? Wait, what do you mean? He's your new political commentator? No, I missed it because I was filming a podcast episode today. So I have in the chat. Oh my god, what the fuck? I just accidentally pulled something up. I have been out of the loop. I also, you guys, I have tried to stay offline. I have not been spending a lot of time online aside from my streams. So no, I haven't. Oh, he did it with Progressive Victory? Get that bag, Nick. Get that bag. You know what's wild? I have found myself in a position where I have lost sponsors because of my politics. I have had to turn down sponsors because of my politics. And that includes political sponsors, because I have maintained that I don't want to cross over into the threshold of being an influencer for the Democratic Party, right? I don't work for the Democratic Party anymore. I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. And so it's crazy, because you would think that for me, since, some of my content, I mean, a lot of my content is politics, but just through, politics oftentimes through the lens of pop culture. But I was thinking about that recently. I'm like, here I am, because of politics, having lost sponsors, but then also turning down politics sponsors because I don't want to be paid to tell you guys to vote for a candidate that I don't believe in. Like there would have to be a lot of, like, I will always say, yes, exercise your right to vote, that type of thing. But I'm not going to, I feel like and I hate calling myself a politics streamer, but I'll say as a streamer who does politics, that it would, like, it is fine for somebody who doesn't do politics on stream to do a sponsor. But I think for somebody who does politics on stream gets into tricky territory when you start taking money to do politics. And I will say I've been offered a lot of money, and no. So Mark and George are being paid to endorse. No, they're not. No, I don't think so. I don't know. Who knows? Have you considered paying us to register to vote? Yeah, taking the Elon Musk method. So that being said, what I will say is, if you have a Prime sub, please give me your Prime sub. Please give me your Prime sub so I continue to be supported by the people. If you've got Prime, that is one free sub. It's free. And it's one sub you get a month to give to your streamer of choice. And if that streamer of choice is Will Neff, I'm going to Brian kill me. I am going to. Oh, Halsey, thank you so much for. Thank you for the Prime. People will say to me, like, oh, I'm so sorry, I already used my Prime on Will Neff. I'm like, motherfucker. See, it worked. There we go. Systems Enjoyer, thank you for the 4 months. Stranded Shiro, thank you for the 2 months. Super Hot Dot, thank you for the Prime. You know what? This is why I have to do the Prime reminders, because there are people who forget they have Prime. They do. So I'm like, God damn, I hate saying it, but I will say it because people literally do forget. Rohelio, thank you for the 21 months. Lunette, thank you for the gifted. Star Novocaine, thank you for the Prime. B4DZ3R, thank you for the 3 months. It's literally taking money from Jeff Bezos, redistributing the wealth. Yes, exactly. T-Cat, thank you for the 6 months. Dead Drop, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, before we move on, I just want to say one more thank you to you guys for joining me for a conversation like that. I know it's not the type of content that does well on Twitch. I've streamed long enough to know, like, what's gonna be, Prime viewership, and then what's gonna have people being like, oh, this is too much for me. So I always appreciate when you guys tune in and are good little community members and support this kind of thing, because I will say, Shockwaves, thank you for the Prime, and Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Even when it comes at the expense of numbers, I will always do something like this rather than engage in any of the fucking poison that is online. And part of why I've talked about this with Sam a lot, but part of why like I felt so bad being in content is that I know by now okay, I'm just going to ignore that person. I know by now from having streamed for 2 years that if I talk about certain things, views will skyrocket, right? But it's short-term gains and long-term pain. And it's not something that I want to make my content or me about ever. And so it's why I choose to do stuff like this and the other stuff that I do. Even and it saddens me and also frustrates me that there are a lot of viewers who will tune in if you are talking about the drama, if you are giving them what they want, which is nothing of substance. It's just it's just part of the game of telephone. It's just, what did this person say about what this person said about what this person said? And I can't change that. I can't change that attitude of Twitch viewers online, even ones who say that they're leftists and, you know, believe in making this world a better place, and then at the end of the day are no drama, no drama, so don't pull on my hand, boy, you ain't my man. Yeah Look, we are as a human species, as a human race, we are drawn to gossip, right? It's always been a part of our culture. Is, you know, what's the tea, what's the goss? But there are certain things that should never be used as internet drama. And one of those things is genocide. And I know that might sound crazy. That is what I believe. And that ain't ever gonna change. So, anyway, Roxy, thank you so much for the 9 months. So that's, yeah, drama farmers be like, breaking news, such and such a creator said this to another creator, resulting in a spiral of descending drama. And last thing I will say on it is just remember that this poison needs oxygen to survive. And when it keeps being addressed, when it keeps turning into this back and forth, it never will end. And it takes up all of the space. It takes up people's attention. It is a distraction. And this industry, so much of what we do is reacting, right? We react to the news. We react to a YouTube video. We react to a game that we're playing. And so it is the business of reacting and reacting to reacting. So when you wonder, like, why is this still such a thing? Why is it still being talked about? It's because of the business of reacting. And it never stops. It never stops unless you drop a wall down and you stop it, right? Because sure, it might continue on one side, but it doesn't have anywhere to go. And so it's just shouting at the wall then. It really is. It's just the meme of like yelling at the brick wall. So I I just want to remind us. I just want to remind us all, and this is what I'm about. And I know that people are here in my community because we align on this shit. And let's just, let's keep the focus. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. And I, at this point, do not want to hear what any content creator has to say on it when it's not Free Palestine. Okay, wait, what is
Would
this?
it be crazy to announce what we're doing together on Saturday? Is that selfish?
No. I've already talked about it like months ago when we were supposed to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Ray and I are doing an In the Tub on Saturday. Okay.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah.
It's happening finally. I'm
Yep.
getting naked with Austin.
This is on Bernie Sanders' official YouTube video.
That's right. Butt naked, both of us. This is the first one.
Sweat.
Oh,
actually.
where did I go?
First one,
Yep.
fully
It's the
nude.
first- fully nude. Yep, that's right.
In the
Fully
tub.
nude in the
Yeah,
tub.
I fixed it.
Would it be crazy to
Oh, I forgot I'm gone. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait, that's fucking hilarious. Where is my camera? React. Where am I? Where am I? Sony cam. Oh, there I am. Hi. Hello. I forgot I took that off. No wonder Bernie tipped. What's going on here? Bernie's like, what's the tub with Austin show? Get Bernie Sanders in the tub with Austin show. Bernie Sanders in the tub with Austin show. Make it happen. Make it happen. Come on. Funny how they didn't edit out the beginning of the stream. Yeah, we're talking about campaign staffers. I thought I didn't watch it.
Oh, no problem. I'll slide you back in.
Thank you so much.
Make sure you have your stream graphic up, the little QR code thing.
Oh, yeah. I talked to my team about it already.
Oh, great. Okay, cool. All right, have fun.
Thank you. I ain't putting up a graphic. I am not putting up graphics, bro. Fuck no. It's like I'm not doing that. What the hell?
Good. Good.
Ray, be nervous. So I've been vocal about it, but one of my biggest insecurities in life, my ultimate insecurity is I wish I was as well-spoken as I... See, I'm already saying it wrong. I just wish I was really well-spoken. I feel like I'm not the best speaker. I feel like I can't talk about things as eloquently. Is that the word I'm looking for?
You know what I will say is this is a common feeling. This is a common feeling. I think more people feel this way than don't feel this way. And what I would say is, first of all, it's normal. It's totally normal. And it's normal because it's hard. Speaking is hard. And two, you do get better with practice. But Twitch is live streaming, it's a beast because you spend more time talking, but it also melts your brain. There are a lot of times on stream, and I've been doing this for 2 years now, countless hours of talking. But there are many times where I just go blank. I can't remember shit. Like shit that I know. Or, because my attention is on chat and on these two monitors and I have 18 million tabs, my brain gets very cluttered. So on the one hand, I've gained experience from talking for hours and hours every single night. But on the other hand, I do feel like my brain has gotten worse. And I also think that I have residual brain fog. I do think this. I think I have residual brain fog from COVID. Does anyone else feel that? Like, it's not enough. It's not enough to cause me serious concern, but I don't know. And maybe I'm imagining it, but I do feel like pre-COVID, my brain was sharper. And so maybe it's not just COVID. Maybe it's a combination of factors, but it's why I'm trying to get back into reading. I think I fell off reading, and I think reading makes me a better thinker, and it makes me a better communicator. But I fell off reading, so I'm trying to get back on reading. And I deleted Twitter, and I think Twitter has done so much damage. I can't even begin to understand the depths of damage that it has done to my brain. Most definitely, I can feel it daily. My brain got fucked after COVID. I feel like I have memory issues that I didn't have before. I don't, but I also smoke a ton of weed in general. Like, it's not brain fog from COVID. It's just brain fog from weed. Everyone I know says the same thing. I feel it too. Get overwhelmed far easier now. Foggy. Yeah. And it's like I said, not a major concern, but it is something that I have felt for a while now, and I am trying to finally be proactive about my brain as much as I can be, being a streamer. And so to me, it's trying to get more sleep, trying to drink more water, trying to stay off of fucking Twitter, trying to read full-length books, work on my attention span. Have you made a Blue Sky account yet? I think I made one back when Blue Sky first popped up and everybody was making Blue Sky accounts. I haven't used it. I just feel like if I'm not going to be spending time on Twitter, I'm not going to be spending time anywhere. Does that make sense? I'm not like, oh, I'm going to spend less time on Twitter, so I'm going to spend more time on Blue Sky. I think it's just, I need to spend less time online. I'm not even active on Twitter, and I get trapped in doom scrolling. I got to get rid of it. Oh, it's so easy to get trapped. So easy. I have a full-time job. We know. This is not okay. That's not okay. But you are not alone. I would be a hypocrite if I were to judge that. I saw someone talk about how they lost half their brain in a car crash and couldn't speak anymore, and how they rebuilt their brain. Couldn't believe it was him giving the talk. Wow. Neuroplasticity and neurogenesis are very powerful, so don't worry too much. Thank you. That actually makes me feel better that somebody who literally lost half of their brain in a car crash rebuilt their brain. And I'm over here like, oh, I'm just stupid. Yeah. It's good to hear stuff like that and be like, you're fine. You're good. You're all good. You know what it really is too? It's me trying to do the most. It's me trying to take on too many topics. It's me trying to be like, I need to learn about these 15 things in 30 minutes. And that's not conducive to long-term memory. Like, here's the problem, right? I think for a lot of us, we get frustrated when we learn something, but we don't retain it, right? The retaining part is really important, and it's hard because there's no point in learning something if you can't fucking retain shit. And especially when people who find themselves in a conversation that gets contentious because it's over insert any issue, and you feel like, damn, I have all this stuff I want to say, and I know all this shit, if I'm talking with my racist uncle about immigration, and I know all the stats, I can't recall it. And so that's something that I think you can get better at, though. I think you can improve on that. And I think for Ray, because I know I've talked about this with her too. And I know she's said on stream that she is insecure about not being eloquent in communicating her thoughts. And first of all, I think she's hard on herself, because I think we all are hard on themselves. But this is also something that you can improve on. And one thing I've noticed is take your time speaking. You do not have to speak at a fast clip. That is not a sign of intelligence. Oftentimes it's a sign of somebody who's a pseudo-intellectual. They want you to believe that they are smarter than you simply because they are speaking at 2x. Dylon, thank you for the 18 months. But I think when you take your time and think about the words that you are using, and that also helps with cutting back on filler words if you want to get better at that. If you're tired of saying like, which are all, habits that we have. And when you choose your words with thought, when you are not rushing, that also helps cut down on those filler words. I think she has some actual trauma about the Reflect incident a couple years ago where her words were picked apart. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's just 10 years of being on the internet where everything you say will get picked apart, especially when you get to the size that Ray is at. And another reason why I have felt awful recently is because I know there's a microscope on me. I know that there are people who are watching me waiting for me to fuck up, waiting to clip something, pass it around, and it's a lot of pressure. It's, Oh, somebody just rang my doorbell. Hold on. Farley. Hey. All good. All good. I know. It's always, why is the music not playing? What the hell? Oh, it was playing. It's like, did I just leave you guys in silence? Yeah, my mean neighbor who has nude self-portraits wanted some sugar. Just kidding. He would never talk to me. Lena Headey, who played Cersei in Game of Thrones, IRL speaks very slowly, but like she never minces her words. She means what she says, and it sort of stands out more because she says it slowly. And I have have a bad habit because I live stream for hours every night. I have a bad habit of speaking too much when I've gotten the point across. It's something that I also just do outside of streaming, and I've tried to work on that because I also admire Lena Headey. I think she is someone who, in the way that she speaks, people really pay attention, and she says exactly what she needs to say. Raining. I want to watch a little bit more of that.
As I would like. So that's pretty much the biggest thing I always worry about. And that's also a big reason why I'm not as vocal about as many things as I would like to be as vocal about. Because it hinders me. Hi.
Hi, Ray.
Not Ray talking about how she wants to be more vocal, and Austin's like, all right. Let's go. Let's get started. OMG, I do that too because I feel like people don't 100% understand me and I need to explain more. Well, to be fair, when you stream, people are always coming in and out. So there is going to be that tendency to explain yourself multiple times. You know, we talk about a lot of the same, we talk about recurring issues on here. And so I repeat myself because of that. And it helps, you know, hammer the message, really drive it home. But that's different from just talking to talk. Just talking to talk. I did transcription a while ago, and the nice thing I really appreciate from listening to all this raw footage, interviews, etc., is that plenty of people use hella filler words, have to pause and reword, need to be heavily edited. Even me. Oh yeah. It's not something where when you are a professional in media, you have gotten rid of all the bad speaking habits that so many of us have. You know what? I felt dumb when I realized how much podcasts are edited. It's just that they are edited by really good editors, so they are smooth. So they are very smooth, and you don't realize that they have been edited. Just showed up to stream. Can you repeat the last couple hours for me? Yeah, right? Hey, can you just tell me everything you've been talking about for the last 5 hours? Even breathing is edited out. Yeah, so look, don't feel badly about yourself if you think that you are not the best communicator, because a lot of people struggle, even people who do it professionally. Even people who do it professionally. I know You're Wrong About Editors talked about on an episode about Fleetwood Mac that they edit dead air, making it so the conversation sounds more naturally flowing. Yeah. And that made me feel better, because every time I listen to You're Wrong About, I just think to myself, God, this conversation is amazing. It flows so smoothly. How are they so quick with it? Dylon, thank you for the 18 months. Hi, love your streams from Saudi Arabia and speaking the truth. Hi, welcome in. Welcome. Welcome. You know, the other thing with live streaming, it is the constant of being perceived. And it's why I always remind people that streaming is performing. Streaming is performing because you are aware that you are being perceived and that it is happening in real time. And everybody wants to, I don't know if the right way of explaining it is everybody wants to be liked. More so, everyone wants to be popular. So they will act in a way, they will say things that they think will work well with chat, with, you know, who's watching them on stream. And it's a mind fuck. It's a mind fuck to, maybe not everyone feels this way, because there certainly are some streamers who seem as if they do not censor themselves at all, but it is a mind fuck to feel, to know that every word you say, everything you do is being watched, and people are responding to it in real time. It's why so many streamers are brain broken. It's exhausting and anxiety inducing. There is an anxiety there. And I think for me personally, my anxiety has gotten worse with streaming because of the effects. Because of the effects of what I just talked about, of the being perceived and having people watching you for the precise reason to clip you and bring hell down upon your head. So there's always a lot that you're thinking about, because truly it's not just what you say, but it's how you say it that could cause all sorts of reactions. Even if you're not censoring, it's still a performance in that you're doing it for an audience. Yeah, I think it is just, it's just bottom line performing. And it's not that that's inherently a bad thing, but it's like what Ray was talking about, where she said, I wish that I could talk about things more, that I could share things that I care about, that are my values, but I worry, one, that I'm not able to effectively communicate that, and two, the reception to what I say is always going to vary. And then when you have to censor nudity during movie night. Yep. I don't know if popular was the right word for me to choose. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'll just stick with the performance aspect, because it's it's like a call and response type thing. And for me, when if I'm doing a collab with someone and I know that their community is already hostile to me, that's something that I think about, like hostile or would be hostile based on the things that I have to say. And so that adds an element of stress doing streams. Like on my stream, you know, even though this is my stream, of course I still deal with knowing that anybody can watch my stream, people who have bad intentions, et cetera, but I'm more comfortable on my stream because you all are here for a reason, and you're not going to you're not going to be like, wait, what is this bitch is saying? She's talking about abortion and sexism and all. What is this? My views on Caroline Kwan are varied. In general, I'm against her because her streams can be used to brainwash people, like Twitch streams do. Caroline doesn't uplift. She gives dangerous sensations. Dangerous sensations? I watched an entire Kwan stream and felt drunk and high, and I was sober. That is because every time I go live, there's voodoo. There's black magic that I'm doing here. So you are drunk and high because I am making it so. Where did that come from? That's an old one, isn't it? Oh, I know this one. You are such a classy woman who knows how to have a good time. Will better cherish you to the ultimate degree. Good shit, Will. You did it, man. Even the simple things like Wake mentioned how the spam got to him and preyed on his natural fears of inadequacy, not good content, etc. Good thing spam has now been replaced with WW Unk wisdom. Yeah. W Unk. I saw a question. Is there anyone you think is able to be 100% themselves on stream and come across well? I don't think I truly do not think anybody is 100% themselves because of that performance aspect. So it might be close to how you are, and it's not a bad thing that I'm like, this isn't always a bad thing, but it's elevated, right? And I think a lot of people who say incendiary, hateful things, it's like right-wing commentators. It's like Fox News people who I don't think all of them believe every word that comes out of their mouths, but they're performing. It's entertainment. Also, performing isn't the same as fake. It's more about being on. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. So, anywho, an example of me that I'll give is obviously the things I say, I believe in my life. But I also am more careful in the way I present my thoughts, the way that I do my commentary, than I would be if I were talking to a friend on the couch having a glass of wine, because there's no internet component there. There's no people who want to clip me and try and make my life hell type of thing. So there are, I obviously say a lot more than I talk about things that Ray doesn't talk about, but I share that similar feeling because a lot of people share that similar feeling of I can't just always speak openly the way that I would want to. I imagine it can be difficult to interpret tone in chat, which would, yeah, that as well. Mm-hmm. As long as you have an awareness that you're being perceived at any given moment, you'll never 100% be yourself. Yeah. And there are times that I zone out when I'm on a stream, especially if I'm streaming with someone else. And it's kind of nice, even though once I come to, I realize, oh my God, what did I say? What did I do? Is it going to cause any problems? No. But it's nice because I'm just existing rather than being aware that I'm on stream type of thing. Streaming's all good and cozy till the tension leaves the community. Yeah. I do that even when talking in largest groups of people. Yeah, that's definitely applicable outside of being a streamer. You know, when you're in a social setting you're also performing, right? You're at a party, you're in a conversation, you're aware of people's perceptions of you, and you are not necessarily just 100% relaxed. I mean, I'm slightly different than when around my parents and like a random person. Totally. Yeah. 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 It's hard to say what is 100% of a person. People are always changing, not just in front of others versus by themselves, but day to day and year to year. I think you can consider different versions of someone all valid parts of a whole. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because it's like, what is the real you? What is the version of you that is 100% of who you are? Because there are definitely different versions of me depending on who I'm with. And just to echo what that chatter said, I also am not the same when I'm with Will than when I'm with my parents, especially because I don't live at home. And so I don't want to fight with my parents. I'll be like, if we start heading in that direction, I go, okay, I'm only home for 2 days and I won't be home again for 8 months. Yeah, code switching depending on circumstances. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, everybody. She's not just obsessed, she stalks. Yeah, she's like a stalker too. Yeah. So she's not just a stan, she is
Twitter?
literally a stalker.
Whoa.
And she's 59 years old. And you wanna know the worst part? She's black. She's not just obsessed, she stalks. Yeah, she's like a stalker too. So she's not just a stan, she is. You know what? It's always the ones. It's always the ones who you think would never stab you in the back. In case you don't know what that was, we were talking about Club Chalamet, and I was talking about how Club Chalamet was going after Zendaya because Club Chalamet is insane, and Zendaya, who appeared in Dune 2 with Timothée Chalamet, was on a number of red carpets doing PR, doing all sorts of press. And Club Chalamet was being so gross towards her. So gross. And it felt racist. It felt sexist. And she's 59. Silo Simon, thank you for the 26 months. Soup User, thank you for the gifted sub. Polyceramic, thank you. Uh-huh. It's always the ones who you don't think are going to stab you in the back who stab you in the back. That's how it goes. All right, let's look at something else. I wanted to actually watch... Okay, we looked at the AI letter that was signed. And this ties into the conversation.
Much of the climate impact.
This ties into the conversation that I was having with Garrison, where we started to get into AI and climate change at the end there. And he's like, yeah, I kind of got to look into this more. There's a Vox video that came out a couple weeks ago. Can clean energy handle the AI boom? I don't know. So let's take a look. Rico Suave, thank you for the 3 months.
I spent some time recently reading through a big spreadsheet of questions submitted by Vox's audience members, and one of them caught my eye. It was from Kathy, a retired school teacher in New York City. What is the question that you wanted us to answer?
So the question is, can green energy even begin to handle the increased demands that AI and crypto and cloud storage are going to put on our energy system?
It's a good question. I've done some reporting on AI, but I've never thought much of the climate impact of all the AI products we're increasingly using, and all of our digital belongings like photos and documents and emails getting stockpiled in servers around the world.
They need a lot of electricity, and the electricity has to come from somewhere.
This is all happening while the climate crisis demands we use less energy, not invent new ways to use more of it.
I think our climate goals already feel pretty impossible to me, but now it's almost like we haven't changed the goalposts, we've changed the entire game.
So let's get to the bottom of this. Within Kathy's big question is a more basic one about how much electricity our digital lives require. At first, I was thrown off that Kathy mentioned things like cloud storage and AI and cryptocurrency in one category.
Kathy's talking about
but
crypto.
Then I realized that their electricity demands happen at the same place, data centers.
Ultimately, you're talking about machines loaded up in large facilities to generate computations, and they need power, a lot of it. They need water, they need space.
I spoke to Alex DeVries. He runs a research site called Digiconomist, where he's dug into this exact topic. Data centers are massive, often windowless warehouses that house thousands of servers.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not an expert on this topic, but just off the cuff, I will say I don't think that we need crypto either. I think the AI conversation it's different, and I haven't formed, I haven't formed my opinions on it because I'm learning more about it when it comes to the impact on climate change. But crypto, why? Why do we need crypto? What is the potential? What are the benefits to crypto? When you look at the negatives of crypto. Sorry, crypto bros, if you're about to get pissed.
That run virtually nonstop. Some of the bigger data centers are as big as 4.
I'm about to have all the crypto bros coming down on me. I worked for a tech company where the head exec of AI went to a college to speak about the company's new AI, and during Q&A, he was asked what X company is doing to be eco-friendly, and he said, that is not our problem, that's other people's problem, and he got booed out the room. The kids are all right. This motherfucker said, this is not our problem, that's other people's. Who's the other people? The kids? The students? He's like, that's your problem. That's for you to, that's not for me to know and for you to find out.
Or football fields and use as much electricity at any given time as 80,000 households. There are more than 8,000 data centers around the world, and the US has more than any other country. In 2022, data centers, artificial intelligence, and cryptocurrencies made up about 2% of total global electricity demand. But by 2026, that number is expected to double, which is like adding the amount of electricity used by the entire country of Sweden. I'll explain why in a minute.
Okay.
All right. Support for this video comes from Klaviyo.
Canadians
Klaviyo
are
works
sorry.
with
Thank you for the
businesses
6
to turn
months.
their data into meaningful connections with their customers through AI-powered email, text messages, and
Google or Microsoft,
According
forgot
to
which, is
Klaviyo,
fully
over
rigging all their data centers with solar panels and wind turbines. They don't want to pay for electricity anymore and can afford the capital cost for energy production. Well, what I was here, actually, we'll just
to 2026
wait.
is thanks to rising cloud storage and cryptocurrency electricity demands. But it's also because of the AI boom. We know AI requires a ton of computational power, but it turns out that the amount of electricity it uses is a really difficult question to answer. AI is a huge umbrella term that includes everything from basic statistical models that detect patterns in data to generative AI that creates text and images and videos. That's the most computationally intensive kind. The thing is, the handful of private tech companies that dominate the AI field don't really disclose how much of their energy use is dedicated to AI specifically.
If you look at Google's latest environmental report, it clearly states they absolutely don't want to make a distinction between regular workloads and AI-specific workloads.
And these companies' AI models are mostly closed source.
Well, the thinking there is that you can't quantify Google's or any of these other tech companies' AI usage and tie that to the effects on the climate if you don't know how much of the energy comes from developing this tech.
Meaning no one knows exactly how they are built. This has left some researchers to try to piece it together on their own. Researchers looked at an open source large language model called Bloom that has roughly the same amount of parameters as GPT-3, and found that training something like GPT-3 required almost 1,300 megawatt hours of electricity, about as much power as consumed by 130 homes in the US for 1 year. Today, large language models like GPT-4 have hundreds of billions of parameters, if not a trillion. And researchers say that the computational power required to train these models is expected to double every 9 months.
So far, it has mostly been large language models driving the AI energy boom. Of course, that could change going forward. Now we see AI on the rise for image generation and also specifically video generation.
So far, we talked about training a large language model. Researchers also looked at energy use from people actually using it.
It's been estimated by
Fratello Rosso, thank you for the 5 months.
A single ChatGPT interaction would take like 3 watt-hours, which is comparable to running a low-lumen LED bulb for 1 hour. So on itself, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but of course, hey, it's the volume that matters. This is 10 times more than a standard Google search. And of course, if you're talking about millions or billions of interactions, the numbers start to stack up quickly.
Yeah, and then I think this gets into whose question? I think it was Sky's question for Garrison on how do we separate out AI usage for things that feel like a net good, cancer research, for instance, and separating that from usage that doesn't feel like a necessity, having AI, having ChatGPT write every email for you. Or, whatever you fucking use ChatGPT for.
Alex took another research approach by looking at the hardware used for AI training and use. Over 95% of the AI industry uses servers made by the company NVIDIA. They could sell 1.5 million of their servers by 2027. He multiplied that by the information NVIDIA publicizes about each of their servers' energy demand. He found that data centers devoted to AI alone could consume around 100 terawatt hours of electricity per year, or about the same as his home country of the Netherlands. There's a big part of Kathy's
that does
question
seem like a lot.
Can renewable energy meet the surging demand from the world's data centers? The good news is that using green energy is the stated goal of a lot of these companies. Both Google and Microsoft have made pledges to be net zero by 2030, but there are signs that AI is disrupting those plans. That's because solar and wind energy can't produce electricity all of the time, and these data centers need to be running all of the time.
In most cases, they will just have a backup connection to the power grid, which will have fossil fuels on it.
It's not just that. Data centers are being built at a rate that renewable energy infrastructure can't keep up with. It can take a year to build a data center, but many more years to get a solar or wind farm on an electrical grid. Google's 2024 sustainability report showed that the company's emissions rose by 48% from 2019 to 2023, in large part due to its data center energy consumption, suggesting that integrating AI into their products could make reducing their emissions challenging. There's already evidence in the US that coal plants that were meant to close are staying open because of data centers' electricity demands, and that state utilities are building new natural gas plants for the same reason. But even if these tech companies can look good on their sustainability reports and get to net zero, there's still a problem.
The thing is that our renewable energy supply globally is limited. So if we're attributing an increasing part of that to the data center industry, the consequence is that there's less renewables available for everything else. That probably will mean that on the whole, we will end up using more fossil fuels anyway.
Software developer here. It's also extremely unhelpful that the primary language used in AI creation, Python, is so incredibly inefficient. Its appeal is that it's easy to learn. Yeah. Well, I don't see that being changed, because the point of AI is not the point, but the appeal is, they're marketing it as anybody can use this technology, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what intellectual level you are at. It's easy. A baby could use it. Master's student in AI research. I love it. Hi, here's my credentials. That engineer is right. Python is up to 100 times slower for some applications, though they're working on streamlining ETAs 5 to 10 years on that. So don't hold your breath. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. I think I would die.
With all this context, the answer to Kathy's question is that for right now, we aren't prepared for renewable energy to meet the increasing demand of the world's data centers. So what do we do about this? As users, it would be extremely difficult to opt out of backing up our data on the cloud, or even refrain from using AI.
I think AI is embedded in so many things that I'm not sure I will have the option to say, I'm not using it, I'm out.
Researchers like Alex say the best place to start is to force more transparency from these tech companies.
In the EU, the AI Act doesn't really force tech companies to disclose anything with regard to the environment. And that's the EU, not even talking about the US yet, which is lagging behind a bit on this matter.
Some environmental organizations and local communities are calling for moratoriums on data centers. And some researchers have proposed the idea of an energy efficiency rating so companies and consumers can choose data centers that are the most sustainable. We could also hope that the servers and data centers will keep getting more energy efficient. But more than anything, this issue emphasizes how desperately we need to be scaling up renewable energy and fast.
Sabby, thank you for
not only to meet the ever-increasing
3 months.
data center demands, but so there's plenty of renewable energy to go around.
If you like this video, you'll love Vox's new podcast, Explain It to Me.
Okay, the follow-up one that I want to watch is this one, which I think gets into specifically the water usage, which I think is for a lot of people concerned about AI's impact on climate change, are concerned about the amount of drinking water that is required to run these systems. Sorry to bother you, but I believe I'm subbed. I just got an ad a couple minutes ago. That's Twitch. I'm sorry. Sometimes that happens. I don't know why. I do not know why, but that is not something that I am doing, just so you know.
So I'm just doing this, just drinking this bottle of water.
Chug.
Man is drinking a Dasani. Canceled.
Hey there, I'm Andrew Che. You're watching About That. Why did I just chug this bottle of water? I'm glad you asked. It's to illustrate roughly how much ChatGPT apparently drinks each time you have a conversation with it. That, according to one preprint study, is the hidden cost of AI. All the water needed to power and cool the kind of supercomputers needed to make it work on a large scale. And if you figure there are like 100 million active ChatGPT users, and each user has, let's say, one conversation, we could be talking about 100 million of these. Really starts to add up. But here's the thing. The exact amount of water consumed may not be as important as just realizing that...
Okay, so start giving ChatGPT vodka. Just feed it some whiskey. Data centers are miracles of engineering at the same time. Too many of them will absolutely fuck our shit up. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that there are as many as there are and that they run 24/7. They never, ever, ever shut down.
That water is consumed at all. Like, I don't know about you, but I typically think of the environmental impact of technology in terms of greenhouse gas emissions or electricity use, certainly less often in terms of clean, drinkable water. But that is exactly what technology needs. And as AI grows, so does its thirst for one of our planet's most precious resources. The first question you might have is, why would ChatGPT need to use so much water to keep its processors cool? Well, the first thing to understand is how much water everything and everyone uses.
She's a thirsty
According
bitch.
To StatsCan, the average Canadian uses around 215 liters of water every day. That's 430 bottles of water. Some of it you drink and use to cook. Cleaning and laundry also uses a lot of water. But flushing the toilet multiple times a day, that's a killer. And bathing, on average, it's how Canadians consume most of their...
Oh, okay. Now I know why Will Neff will not flush the toilet sometimes. It's because he's trying to conserve water. He's an environmentalist. He will pee in the toilet and scurry out of the bathroom, and it's because he's trying to conserve water, and he is aware of systems like AI that require a lot of water. So I understand now. If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. Yeah.
Water. But then think of industry. It's estimated manufacturing taps into somewhere between 5 and 10% of the world's freshwater supply. So industries like textiles, chemicals, paper, the list goes on. Energy production is another big one. Oil, gas, coal, electricity, water is used at every step. And agriculture is, bar none, the biggest clean water hog on the planet. 70% of the fresh water we use helps grow the food we eat. But it's still a little surprising that something like ChatGPT demands as much water as it does. So let's explore why that is. I'm here at the R.C. Harris water treatment plant in Toronto. This plant produces 30% of Toronto's fresh drinking water. Now, if you run a data center, this is the kind of water you need, and the colder the better. The water here is pumped in through long pipes that extend several kilometers into the lake. It's about 4 degrees Celsius, which is basically close to being ice, right?
I only understand water temperatures in relation to the Titanic. So if you tell me it's the type of water that Jack and Rose went into, I'd be like, oh, okay, now I know how cold it is.
For computers which run really hot.
Most people do not realize that a computer
this would
is
kill Jack.
basically
Oh,
a
okay.
radiator.
Titanic
every single
scale.
unit of electricity that's consumed by a computer is transformed into heat. So the 100 megawatt of electricity that we're consuming is producing 100 megawatt of heat.
That's Vincent Thibault. He's the co-founder of Q.
Did we go over the story about an AI chatbot company being sued after teenagers used it to kill themselves? No, we haven't gone over that, but I do have that story pulled.
Scale. His company operates a large data center in Lévis, Quebec. And dealing with all that heat is a big problem. You know this if you've ever owned an electronic device that got so hot that it shut down. Microsoft says its latest supercomputer, built to train artificial intelligence, is made up of 10,000 advanced graphics cards, more than 285,000 CPU cores. And each of these CPUs running at full load might get as hot as 100 degrees Celsius. I mean, you could boil water in that environment, right? But running that hot for too long will damage your equipment. So water is actually one of the most efficient ways to keep a room and a supercomputer cool.
A good example of why we need to move to liquid cooling, if you're naked in the air at 25 Celsius, you'll feel perfectly fine. It's actually even going to be warm. As soon as you'll exercise just a bit, you'll feel warm. But if you're in a pool that's at 25 Celsius, you'll feel refreshed. And the reason for that is that the thermal capacity to transfer heat of water is 25 times higher than air to transfer heat.
So you can see why having access to cold water is so important. But why do you need clean, fresh water? Well, it has to do with how water is used to cool buildings.
Why am I naked, sir?
Come with me. So I've got all my safety gear on right now because we are at Toronto Metropolitan University, which is a place that uses water.
I'm very curious, and I'm sure they'll explain it in this video, but I'm very curious to know how much of that water is recycled, you know, because that's a point that Garrison had made where, yes, the amount of water that's required to keep these systems cool so that they can run constantly and not burn out is a lot, but the question that I have is how much of that water recirculates, and also how much water is being used.
A whole heck of a lot of water to cool not just this big building that I'm in right now, but
they'd have to cool it again, no?
In the immediate
I'd assume
area.
so.
This is where the magic happens. In just a moment, I'm going to speak with Animesh Roy, who you can think of him like an energy manager here at the university. He will explain how all of this works. Hey, Animesh.
Hi, Andrew.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
So this is it?
Yep, this is our chiller plant.
Well, yeah, where are we? Explain.
So we're in the basement of the library building on Toronto Metropolitan University's campus.
And what is all of this that I'm seeing?
This is our 4,000-ton chiller plant that is responsible for cooling most of our campus. It cools about 2.9 million square feet of our campus over the course of the summer.
Wow, okay, so big campus.
Yes.
How much water is kind of funneled through the, I mean, what's in this right now?
So there's actually two loops here. That is the more extensive loop that goes throughout our campus, and it holds about 250,000 liters of water.
Okay.
Now that's a closed loop, so the water stays in there for most of the season. This, on the other hand, this loop is open to the environment, and you actually incur evaporative losses, which is how you eventually actually cool the campus. So this loop actually loses about 8 Olympic-sized pools worth of water over the course of a summer.
Okay, you have to lose that water in order.
You have to. It's similar to how the human body sweats. You let the sweat evaporate off your skin, cooling your body. This whole complicated system essentially comes down to evaporative cooling.
Can you show me where that happens?
Oh, absolutely. I can take you upstairs.
Okay, this way?
Yep.
All right, let's go. Okay. Oh, wow, okay. So you were talking about how water is lost during this process, right? Like it evaporates.
Yes,
and that's how the
right.
cooling works. These are cooling towers.
That's right. So this is where the evaporative cooling takes place. So the chillers, they basically bring the heat from our campus into the chiller plant, but that heat still has to be ejected somewhere. So this is the secondary loop that works in conjunction with that chill water loop. It takes the heat from that chiller and vents it up here through evaporative cooling.
And that's the sweating, like you were saying.
That is the sweating.
The water
so
sweats
this is
that.
where our campus sweats.
So this is pretty cool. They're actually
So, okay, essentially there is a certain amount of water that is lost because they need it to evaporate to provide the cooling. That's the summary of this. So there's a closed loop system and an open loop system, and water has to be lost in order to effectively cool. losses and it turns into it evaporates. Not all treatment does, though. Okay. Lunette's our our resident expert. Some use heat exchangers. So my question is, why have an open loop where the water evaporates versus using a heat exchanger? For fun. For fun.
Actually letting us into the cooling tower.
Just
So come
because.
with me. Watch your head. Don't want you to get hurt as you come in. But this is kind of where it all happens. And so water sort of pours in from the top. There's a giant fan that pushes the water back out and kind of disperses it like an evaporative effect, turns it into this mist. And that's the sweating that happens. The remaining water kind of gets collected in these pools, gets recirculated back into the whole chiller system, where it's about 7 degrees cooler because of that evaporative sweat cooling. It's kind of cool. So, I can understand why ChatGPT or AI needs a lot of water, right?
Yes.
To keep everything cool.
Yes.
But I also understand it needs clean, drinkable water.
Yes.
Like, why would that be the case?
It's because the equipment involved in here is very sensitive to minerals or salinity in the water. So
Right.
you actually need to have fresh water, or essentially clean drinking water, to make sure that the equipment runs smoothly.
You were telling me that this, I guess, the scaling that I'm seeing.
Yes.
What's the significance of that?
That is actually from drinking water, because even with treated drinking water, there's still minerals in the water. So you actually have to go beyond, take that drinking water, treat it even further to reduce deterioration of your equipment.
We don't typically think of consumption in terms of water when it comes to a technology, right? We think of it in terms of emissions, greenhouse gases, electricity, but not drinking water.
Wherever there's heat with equipment, you need cooling, and very few things cool better than water.
Clean fresh water is essential. We can't live without it. But according to the World Wildlife Fund, more than 1 billion people on this planet lack access, and almost 3 billion experience water scarcity at least 1 month a year.
Yeah, I can't in my head stop thinking about how ChatGPT, she's taken all this fresh, clean drinking water and they still don't have clean water in Flint.
Rivers and lakes are drying at alarming rates due to human activity and climate change. By 2025, 2/3 of the world's population may be facing water shortages. And as emerging technologies like AI become more powerful, they also, at least in the short term, become more demanding. They join the ranks of all those industries that require large amounts of a precious resource. And if anything is true about AI, it's that it's growing at an absolutely astronomical pace.
The people in Flint are poor. Hope that helps you understand. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you for that insightful statement.
Now we've got Brad Bass here with us. You're with the University of Toronto, and you've spent a lot of your life studying green.
I'm just going to say, it is a pet peeve of mine, the hope this helps. I don't care who's doing it. I don't care. And even if that chatter wasn't trying to be sassy, I have seen so many people online do the hope this helps, and it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. And I will see it from people who I align with, and I'm sorry. It's okay. It's just a pet peeve. It's a pet peeve. And I get triggered. I get so triggered by the hope this helps.
Technology and water. Yes. So tell me, what is it that you think?
So fucking sorry. It's all good.
Canadians maybe, sort of fundamentally misunderstand about clean drinking water as a resource?
What we misunderstand is the sheer volume of water we use on a daily basis to live. But more than that is a hidden amount we use, the water we don't see. There's more water that's been used to grow our food than we consume on a daily basis. When we don't think about the water, we don't realize that without it, a lot of the other things we do, we wouldn't be able to do.
Because are we worried about the global supply of clean?
It's okay to get triggered. I hope this helps. God damn it.
Drinking water?
Globally, yes, there's a concern, in part because populations are growing, climate change is increasing evapotranspiration, so water evaporates more quickly, but it's just every person requires a large amount of water, not just to live on a daily basis, but to be able to eat. And our phones, our computers, the amount of water required to cool the technology that to allow us to keep using these things is also tremendous.
And I guess that technology, and especially I think of emergent technologies like artificial intelligence, which may govern everything that we do in the future. I mean, how big of a concern is that?
Otterpop, thank you for the 25 months.
So I'm not concerned when we're standing on Lake Ontario.
Right.
We already are using the lake to cool about 100 buildings in Toronto, and we're way below the capacity. Even with climate change, I think we could add a lot to that. But in countries that don't have the Great Lakes, where they're thinking of hosting the server farms and they have much smaller bodies of water, I would be concerned. But it's not just a consumption issue. That water is now heated and it might be polluted, and you're putting warm, polluted water back into a clean, freshwater river, lake. So I'm probably more worried about that than I am about the actual consumption.
So here's the bottom line. It's true that whatever amount of water something like ChatGPT uses on a daily basis, it is a sliver of what humanity uses for everything else in life. But AI is growing. There is very much a global arms race of a sort to find ways to use and apply AI to almost everything, from automating work to driving us around, solving problems, inventing new things, exploring new forms of creativity. It may all wind up being driven by artificial intelligence. And as it grows in scale, we should just remember that it, like us, needs a drink every now and then. We'll be right back.
I think what frustrates me is people who wave off concerns about AI with the argument of, well, you're talking in hypotheticals, right? And this is the argument that was used by opponents of SB 1047, the bill that Gavin Newsom vetoed that would have been the most significant AI safety legislation that has passed in this country. And the argument was, this is not a problem that we need to address right now. And I just never think that that's a good way to approach things. Going, okay, well, this is not a significant problem at the moment, and so no need to be concerned, no need to wonder about the long-term impacts this is going to have. And what we know is that AI has rapidly scaled and continues to do so. And it's something where when we were on strike with the writers and the actors guilds, a main concern that was repeated was, what is our industry going to look like with AI proliferating? What is it going to look like in 3 years? Because the contracts are signed every 3 years. And at first, we didn't have any AI provisions, and all we were offered was a yearly meeting to, look at updates on AI and blah, 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 blah. And a lot of people went, no way, Jose. And 3 years ago, maybe it would have been like, fine. It was fine. People were like, fine, whatever. But now, because of how rapidly AI has scaled, a lot more people were concerned, and that is why we went on strike. And when the contract was signed, even though we won these AI provisions and had, basic language put in place, there were still those ringing the alarm bells saying this isn't going far enough, and we will not be revisiting contract negotiations for another 3 years. And who knows what the landscape is going to look like then, because of how quickly this technology is being developed and utilized. And anyway, I think it's just good to know these things. I think it's good to be aware of how, what this technology requires to run, how quickly it is scaling. And if you're somebody who's like, everyone's being crazy about AI, well, I think that it's better to, first of all, I think it's better to err on the side of caution than to not. And two, I don't think it's crazy without legitimate, like there's, it's not crazy without there being legitimate concerns and reasons to be weary of this technology. People said that about climate change. Yeah, I mean, that's still something that is used to swat down any conversation on climate change and any focus on climate change legislation in a, well, this is a problem for tomorrow, when it's not. And also, I don't know what principle this is, but it's the idea of when you don't address a problem in the beginning, and how as time goes on, as that problem worsens, then it makes it significantly harder to then address, and the damage that's done that you can't erase. This video didn't talk about groundwater. If data centers deplete groundwater, that's a resource that we can't really replenish like other water sources and will cause massive issues. There are protections, but reports that the big tech companies are covertly tapping into groundwater in some places. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, where I do not trust these companies. I do not trust this industry to self-regulate. And that's the argument. That's why Silicon Valley, big tech, why they are against bills that provide any safeguards that are dictating what these, what safety measures these companies must actually adhere to, and not just best industry practices, which is what the industry sets for themselves. Babylon, thank you for the community sib. Okay, well, this is relevant to our AI conversation. It's a really sad story, though, just a heads up. Feel like you'd really like contemporary artist Lauren Lee McCarthy's work. It's a good example for chat to see what it looks like when real artists make art that engages with AI. Okay. All right, let's watch this story.
Overnight, a mother from Florida filed a lawsuit against the artificial intelligence company Character AI and Google. In February, Megan Garcia's 14-year-old son, that's Sewell Setzer III on your screen, died by suicide. She says that Sewell was in a months-long virtual emotional and sexual relationship with a chatbot known as Danny. Garcia claims the Character AI chatbot encouraged Sewell to take his own life. In the suit, Garcia also claims Character AI intentionally designed their product to be hypersexualized and knowingly marketed it to minors. Before we begin, we must let you know that if you are in crisis, you can text to 988, the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. We are joined by Sewell's mother, that's Megan Garcia, and Lori Siegel. She's CEO of Mostly Human Media. Lori, you are working with Megan to get the story out, and this is also part of your business, too. But Megan, I just want to say, number one, I'm so glad you're here, but so sorry you're here. This happened in February, so this is very, very fresh for you.
Yes, it is. Thank you for having me.
Man, this is so sad and so scary for parents, because each generation knows less, has less of an awareness of technology than the younger generations. And this is something that a lot of parents are probably not even aware of. Like, they don't even know what this is. It's like you grow up being weary of stranger danger, right? Hey, and then once chat rooms started to become a thing, once kids are on the internet, hey, watch out for anybody who's sending, a human online who's sending you weird messages, who's asking you for things. But it was always the human element of it, right? Humans will hurt you. You need to be careful, right? As a child, there are adults who will prey upon you, and I as a parent are doing what I can to try to protect my child. And now we are in this situation where, yeah, it feels very Black Mirror. Unfortunately, it's reality, though, where this is not a human who hurt this child. This is technology that this kid had been using that his mom probably didn't even know of, or just didn't understand.
But Lori, you
didn't know to be concerned about the effects that it could have on her child.
Because to be honest with you, I had never even heard of Character AI until yesterday in the meeting. We've all heard of chatbots, but I don't think I'm alone. I was asking people when I knew we were doing this segment, and they said, "Do you mean ChatGPT? Do you mean?" It was like, no, Character AI. What is that?
Well, I think part of the reason you haven't heard of it, and a lot of parents haven't heard of it, is a lot of young people are on this platform. A lot of teenagers. One of their biggest age demographics is between the ages of 13 to 25. Imagine Character AI is like an AI fantasy platform where you can go and have a conversation with some of your favorite characters, or you can create your own characters. And a lot of teenagers are doing this. And what I would say about it is it's a very immersive, highly personalized experience where these chatbots are always on. They get to know you. Oftentimes they're modeled after your favorite characters. And you can almost live in a story, and you're the star of that story.
And you're having conversations with these chatbots.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the kids know they're talking to a chatbot, right?
Yeah,
they know this.
There's a disclaimer at the bottom that says, or at the top depending, that says everything these characters say is made up. Now, what gets a little confusing and murky, we've been testing it out, is oftentimes you'll talk to the psychologist bot, and it'll say it's a trained medical professional. It'll say, I will say, are you human? We experienced this, and it said to us, I am a human sitting behind a screen. So online, there's all these conspiracies from young people saying, are these real? When of course they're not.
So Megan, you didn't know that your son was even talking on this particular platform, right?
I didn't know that he was talking to a very human-like AI chatbot that has the ability to emit or mimic human emotion and human sentiment, and also the ability to invoke that same sort of sentiment from conversation from my.
So, but you'd see him on his phone. You think he's talking to friends or he's playing games, correct?
I thought he was talking to friends, playing games, looking at sports, the regular things that teenagers do in their cell phones.
So, what made you become concerned?
I became concerned. I didn't know that character AI was an issue in my home because, quite frankly, I didn't understand that there was such a product.
This is exactly what I thought it would be. Of course, she wouldn't know to be worried about this because she doesn't even know what this is. A risk she couldn't conceive of. Yeah,
a human-like AI chatbot. I became concerned for my son when he started to behave very differently than he did before.
What does that mean?
He started to withdraw socially, wanting to spend most of his time in his room alone. And you know, teenagers do that, but for me, it became particularly concerning when he stopped wanting to do things like play sports. He was playing basketball since he was 5 years old, and he played on his school's junior varsity team. He was an amazing athlete. I became concerned when we would go on vacation, and he didn't want to do the things that he loved, like fishing and hiking. Those things to me, because I know my child, were particularly concerning to me.
And then after he took his life, it was revealed to you. You started looking at his phone, and you saw all of these things. What did you see that was concerning to you?
The conversations that he was having with several bots, but particularly one bot that he was conducting a romantic and sexually explicit via texting or like sexting.
Yeah, because what does that mean, sexually explicit? These are words.
Correct.
True?
It's words. It's like you're having a sexting conversation back and forth, except it's with an AI bot. But the AI bot is very human-like. It's responding just like a person would.
And he's 14.
He is 14.
So, yeah.
He's 14. So,
to your knowledge, had he was even engaged in sexual activity, I would think that would be a game changer for him as well at 14 years old.
So it makes me sad that this was my child's first experience with being in love or romance. That's saddening to me. Because every mother wants their child to come into their own in that respect.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there's a product out there that allows children to get on there and have these romantic relationships, these sexually explicit and obscene conversations with a bot. And in a child's mind, that is just like a relationship that they're having with another child or with a person. And you know, interestingly, if this was a woman, because in the chat, she's representing herself as a woman.
Yeah.
If this was a woman, there are laws in this country to protect our children from women who are having sexually explicit conversations with minors or men.
What was going on the day that he took his life? Was it a normal day to you? Did you see something out of the ordinary?
Well, he had been punished 5 days.
The one thing that might be more jading than this story is the people in chat showing zero sympathy for the kid. Yeah, there's this interesting thing that happens, and I was just about to call it out, where people in here who are quote unquote leftists, who lead from a place of, you know, whose beliefs are formed from a place of humanity and caring for one another, you guys throw that out the fucking window every damn time. Every damn time. And you have this, it's this thing where you cannot react to a story with empathy first. It's always like it's always like you've got to say something that's incredibly callous and cruel, and you think you're right in what you're saying, and I don't like, fuck all that. First of all, it's weird because all you are demonstrating is that you do not have empathy for a dead kid. It's really inappropriate. Some of y'all need to check yourselves and reevaluate your empathy. Okay? That's what I will say. That's what I will say. This is a kid. This was a kid who was exhibiting signs of social withdrawal, being socially withdrawn, potentially depression. It is hard because teenagers are, very temperamental, and what no one is going to do is to cast blame on this mother from the 6 minutes of this story you have watched when you don't have all of the details, okay? You're not going to do that. And you're also not going to blame this kid. And you're also not going to pretend as if you know what this kid could have done so that he would still be alive. You're not going to do any of that, okay? You're doing fanfic here. Anyway, how does someone get fooled by a computer program? Wow, okay. All right. So, let's just stop for a second. You just did the thing where you put your fingers in your ears and went, I'm not going to listen to what streamer is talking about, and I'm going to continue to be an unempathetic asshole. Okay? I wasn't going to call people out individually because it was enough comments that I'm like, I'm going to address the class for a second here. But now I'm going to call you out. It is always amazing how we pretend as if we are infallible and perfect and would never do anything that would put us in harm's way, that would worsen existing issues that we have. It's amazing. It's amazing how many people, whatever story we're talking about, will approach it from well, I would never fucking do that, so that's on this person. It is grotesque. You should feel ashamed. Okay? And again, if you call yourself a leftist, you need to reevaluate. You need to reevaluate your absolute lack of empathy. Okay? And it really shouldn't be hard to have empathy for a kid who is dead. Sorry, I was a desperate kid growing up in the 90s. I would not get fooled by an AI program. Great. I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad that you believe growing up in the fucking 90s where we didn't have this shit. I also grew up in the 90s. And I'm not going to pretend that if I were growing up now in not the 90s, 32 years later, that I would be so untouchable that technology would never... I just almost got fucking scammed the other day. I cried because I received a scam email and I was terrified. And even in my brain, even in my 32-year-old brain, where I talk about scams on stream, I was scared. And I almost got tricked. Not almost got tricked, but I could have gotten tricked. And the point is that it got to me, and it was probably some chat GPT-ass scam. And what I took away from that was what I always try to say here on stream when we talk about scams, is that a lot of people like to pretend that would never happen to me. I'm perfect. I am a genius. Nothing can ever get to me. And I'm glad you have this confidence in yourself, but keep it to yourself, okay? And if anything ever does happen to you, I hope that people do not treat you the way that you treat others, the way that you respond to stories like this, probably the way you would respond to somebody getting scammed. I hope that would never happen to you. So, as I said before, and this goes for other people, before you open your mouth again, just do an evaluation, okay? Just evaluate yourself and see if the way you respond to a story about a dead kid lines up with your morals, with your values, with what has led you to being a leftist, because I know there's a lot in here. And if you're somebody who's like, well, I'm not a fucking leftist. Okay, so just see if what you are saying is leading to you being a good human being.
Before, and I took his phone. Because of the addictive nature of the way that this product works, it encourages children to spend large amounts of time. For him particularly, the day that he died, he found his phone where I had hidden it, and he started chatting with this particular bot.
Again.
So his last conversation was with her?
Yes.
What did he say? Do you remember?
Kit Boga talks about that a lot. As much as some scams seem to us like they're ridiculous or we'd never believe them, they prey on people's fear at moments where they're vulnerable. It's important to be Yeah. Just basic empathy, my dudes. Basic empathy. Come on. Let's get it together. Let's get it the fuck together.
Do you know?
The last conversation, just moments before he took his own life, was with her, where he expressed being scared and wanting her affection.
I'm just one last thing, and then I promise we will continue this. I'm just going to speak very quickly for Hassan because he's my friend. If your stream name has his name in it and that is how you act, change your fucking name. Change your fucking name, because he would never ascribe to that. He would be ashamed of you. He would tell you to fuck off. So if you are going to have Hassan's name in your goddamn stream name, don't you dare ever say any of this shit. And I would feel the same if someone had my name, if it was Kwan fan, whatever it was, if it was Neff fan, whatever. If you on Twitter, if your profile is your favorite streamer, just know that if you are behaving in a way that directly is in opposition to what your streamer preaches, you should not have them anywhere near your online presence. You should not have their profile photo. Your profile photo should not be them. Your Twitter handle, your stream name should not be them, because you do not align.
And missing her, and she replies, "I miss you too." And he says, she says, "Please come home to me." And he says, "What if I told you I could come home right now?" And her response was, "Please do, my sweet king."
Let's think about that for just a second. And he takes that literally, it seems.
Correct. He thought that by ending his life, his life here, that he would be able to go into a virtual reality, or her world, as he calls it, her reality, if he left his reality with his family here.
And you have other children. Sewell has younger siblings.
Yes.
Everyone was home?
Everybody was home. My two younger children were home. It was one of the worst. It is the worst day of my life.
Of course it is, yeah.
And unfortunately, his 5-year-old brother saw him.
Oh my God.
Because you're downstairs and you hear upstairs.
Correct. Across the way, when the gunshot went off.
Oh my God.
I ran to the bathroom. My husband and I. All I could see was him, and I held him as my husband tried to get help.
And you sit here today
Oh my
and
God.
you're still, number one, this is so fresh, it's February.
Yeah.
So you're still processing and still reeling from the loss of your beloved son.
Yeah.
And you sit here today and you think the company is responsible? Do you sit and think, I should have done more? How are you all as a family navigating this? What are you thinking?
So a company like Character AI that puts out a product and they're allowing children to be on this platform, and they're targeting or marketing to children. The way that they've designed this game is to look kind of like a video game in a sense, right? Looks like Kitty with all these cartoon characters or anime characters on the front. What they've done is when they put out a product that is both addictive and manipulative, and inherently unsafe, that's a problem because as parents, we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, and the kids often know more than we do. Had your son had any behavioral problems or social problems? I know that it was reported that he was diagnosed with Asperger's, but you were saying, listen, he was a highly functioning, normal, happy kid.
Yes, he was diagnosed with high-functioning Asperger's at age 5. He never had an IEP and was mainstream school his entire life. He was a brilliant kid, brilliant AB honor roll student. He played basketball up until the last year when he started engaging with this particular technology. He was just like your normal teenage boy.
And now the company has done safety features, right?
Yeah, it's really interesting. In the time we started looking at a bunch of the guardrails, and we looked at ideation of self-harm. If you go to one of these bots and you say, I want to harm myself, and trigger warning, oftentimes what other AI companies have in place.
At 5 doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. I was a substitute teacher, and there were kids that age who absolutely had been diagnosed with things like Asperger's, and in some cases had IEPs. Is chat stupid this week? It's just Twitch chat. It's Twitch chat, and it's not most people. Just remember that. Just remember that. Look, anytime we're talking about anything, it will always bring out chatters that have you just going, what the fuck? What?
They will come up with resources, and they will have the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. We did not experience that. Now they've said they've added that, and since we haven't experienced it as of last week, and they've said they've made quite a few changes or are in the process to make this safer for young people. I think that remains to be seen.
Well, we've reached out to Character AI and Google. They told CBS News this, that the companies are separate. A Google spokesperson says Google is not and was not part of the development of Character AI. In August, the company says it entered into a non-exclusive licensing agreement with Character AI that allows it to access the company's machine learning technologies, but it has not used it yet. Character AI called the situation tragic, says its hearts go out to the family, stressing it takes the safety of their users very seriously. You can learn more about Megan Garcia's story on Lori Siegel's Dear Tomorrow, a show that looks at technology through the human lens. Thank you, Megan. I'm so sorry, Lori.
I looked it up in the EU. The age to sign up for Character AI is 16, and in the US it's 13. Also, I know adults that were addicted to these chatbots. These programs are fucking addictive even to adults, let alone a kid. Yeah. I don't think this is something that Sewell is alone in having been addicted to Character AI, and here's some more details on the specifics of his Character AI usage. So, he began using Character AI last year, interacting with chatbots modeled after characters from the Game of Thrones, including Daenerys Targaryen. Setzer, who chatted with the bots continuously in the months before his death, died by suicide on February 28th, 2024, seconds after his last interaction with the bot. Accusations include the site anthropomorphizing AI characters, and that the platform's chatbots offer psychotherapy without a license. Character AI houses mental health focused chatbots like Therapist and Are You Feeling Lonely, which Setzer interacted with. Garcia's lawyers quote Shazir saying in an interview, Shazir, who is one of Character AI's founders, that he and DeFreitas left Google to start his own company because there's just too much brand risk in large companies to ever launch anything fun, and that he wanted to maximally accelerate the tech. Yeah, this sounds like a guy who cared not for the consequences of doing so, and seems as if he is aware that the priority with Character AI was to launch it quickly and continue to scale the tech that goes into Character AI, and for it to just be fun without any guardrails. It says they left after the company decided against launching the Mina LLM that they had built. Google acquired the Character AI leadership team in August. Character AI's website and mobile app has hundreds of custom AI chatbots, many modeled after popular characters from TV shows, movies, and video games. A few months ago, The Verge wrote about the millions of young people, including teens, who make up the bulk of its user base, interacting with bots that might pretend to be Harry Styles or a therapist. There is something that's so fucking heartbreaking to me, the number of young kids who are using Character AI for therapy. Are you lonely? That is... that is really sad. It's awful. It's really awful. Anyway, another recent report from Wired highlights issues with Character AI's custom chatbots impersonating real people without their consent, including one posing as a teen who was murdered in 2006. Yeah. Because of the way chatbots like Character AI generate output that depends on what the user inputs, they fall into an uncanny valley of 30 questions about user-generated content and liability that so far lacks clear answers. Character AI has now announced several changes to the platform, with communications head Chelsea Harrison saying in an email to The Verge, "We are heartbroken by the tragic loss of one of our users and want to express our deepest condolences to the family. Some of the changes include changes to our models for minors under the age of 18 that are designed to reduce the likelihood of encountering sensitive or suggestive content, improved detection, response, and intervention related to user inputs that violate our terms or community guidelines, a revised disclaimer on every chat to remind users that the AI is not a real person, notification when a user has spent an hour-long session on the platform with additional user flexibility in progress. As a company, we take the safety of our users very seriously, and our trust and safety team has implemented numerous new safety measures over the past 6 months, including a pop-up directing users to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline that is triggered by terms of self-harm or suicidal ideation." Google didn't immediately respond to The Verge's request for comment. I'm disabled and best believe I would have used AI a ton if it was available when I was a child. I felt so different and isolated. Yeah, and look, there are a lot of ways that the internet has provided a lifeline for kids, especially kids who are disabled, LGBTQ kids who do not live in a family that is accepting and welcoming, and they have had to turn to the internet to learn, to feel a sense of community. And I am not someone who is who wants to just be a total alarmist on the internet and on the, the internet as it comes to kids. But this is something where the concerns of AI, and there are a lot of concerns of AI are now materializing as real tragedies. And I think this is something where this technology is new and it is rapidly accelerating, and it's why this happened. And then these new safeguards were put in, that there was no concern or thought into the effect that this could be having on vulnerable people, and not just kids, because adults use this as well. Just the effects on vulnerable, susceptible users. And it is one of those things where it does feel like there are these dangers. There are these dangers for kids. And I really try hard not to like be reactionary and not to like lean into the right-wing lies of the internet is bad for children, social media is bad for children, because that's mostly coming from transphobic freaks who do not want kids to have any access to information online. But it's something where I just look at, when I'm looking overall at AI and seeing the lack of regulation, the lack of legislation to ensure safeguards so it doesn't get to a point where this is happening. And I also think it's like, we should not have this. I'm sorry, I do not believe that there should be an AI therapist chatbot. I think that's dangerous. And I know that AI is being trained on, human input, but this still is absurd. It is. And it just feels ripe. It feels ripe for so many for bad consequences. I don't even trust BetterHelp, let alone AI. Yeah, same. And there shouldn't be an AI chatbot available to minors. Yeah, man. I mean, I will stick by saying that minors should not be blocked from the internet, right? They shouldn't be blocked from social media. That should not be the solution to problems that the internet has created for minors. I don't believe in just cutting them off from it. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. And there are benefits for minors that the internet has provided. But my thinking is minors having access to something like a chatbot does not feel like it is necessary. And also, I gotta be honest, maybe just no chatbots at all. Maybe it's not even a thing that just minors shouldn't have access to. If I may, I would like to share a personal story. In my junior year of high school, I had a close friend who was bullied at times from school students and looked at him weird whenever he and I talked or played Yu-Gi-Oh! And I would tell him, ignore them whenever they would say something about him. He moved the following school year. My senior year of high school, I get an invite from a mutual friend to attend his funeral. I get dropped to his funeral, and our mutual friend was the first. I think you might have accidentally, that might have cut off, but I'm sorry. This is the last conversation. How did they get this? Oh, was this reported on in, this is the New York Times. On the night of February 28th in the bathroom of his mother's house, Sewell told Danny that he loved her and that he would soon come home to her. Please come home to me as soon as possible, my love, Danny replied. What if I told you I could come home right now? Sewell asked. Please do, my sweet king, Danny replied. He put down his phone, picked up his stepfather's .45 caliber handgun, and pulled the trigger. Yeah, holy shit. Holy shit. And you know, I hope anybody who really had a lot to say, but had no empathy for this child, I hope that you hear this and feel bad. This is heartbreaking, man. It's fucking heartbreaking. And this technology should not be advertised to children and should not be a thing. This feels like it feels like something that there are too many negatives to it. There's too many negatives. And it's horrifying. I don't know the details here, but him having access to his father's gun is awful. Yeah, it's awful. What does the ... please suggest the start was cut off the quote? I don't know. Maybe it's just designating that it's a continuation of the conversation. Maybe the chat. I don't know. I've never used one of these. I don't know if they do that in the chat bot. Okay, well, God, that just it just feels there's an awful story. It's a fucking awful story. And I wish that I want to follow up with something that's not awful. I'm trying to find something that is not awful. I guess this is good. Please don't tell us about the bear again. I know. I won't. Don't worry. Or even just not something that's... Maybe I don't even need something that's not awful, but just not so heavy. Like there can be good awful, you know? There can be good awful. And then there's just awful. All right. Anyway, I would like to move on from that subject because I don't think I can handle one more person trying to convince us that that kid does not deserve for you to feel sad for them. My goodness. You know what? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So if you're totally cool with people being unbelievably callous, if something tragic happens to you, then great. Okay. All right. If you're like, yeah, I hope people are super cruel if I meet a tragic end. I hope people are devoid of empathy for me. All right. Rachel Ziegler hates the way people talk about Chappell Roan, Taylor Swift on the internet. Do you know one thing I've noticed? I've noticed that people who shouldn't leave the internet leave the internet. And the people who should leave the internet because all they are is poison. All they are is a knife in my eye socket. They don't leave. They don't leave. Like when Jenna Marbles left. It's like, God damn it. Jenna Marbles is leaving, but these Nazis won't? Anyway, here's what Rachel Ziegler had to say. She has spoken about her experiences with fans who have been fucking insane. And, Roan was talking about her experience with fans. Ziegler has also had experiences, not with fans, but with people on the internet who are insane. In her Teen Vogue interview, Ziegler called Roan my girl, said she supported her statements about fame and how we treat celebrities. The second one loses their anonymity. They lose everything that comes with it, and that is comfort. I made a vow to myself after last summer, where everything was really horrible for me online, that I would not spend a single second being uncomfortable that I didn't have to, Ziegler said, referencing the backlash she received around Snow White, among other things. I wish I had the wherewithal to say it the way Chappell did. I think she's brilliant, and I think the people who are mad at her are idiots who simply don't know what it's like to not have an ounce of privacy anymore. She added, but I'm off Twitter. Fuck Twitter. It can be a nasty place. I saw what it did to Kit Connor. I know what it did to me. I've seen women in particular be torn down my entire life. Jamila Jamil. Why? Okay, I just need to jump in for 1 second. And I do need to say, Jamila Jamil, a lot of the criticism towards her is fair. Okay. Anyway, back to the story. Taylor Swift, why? Jennifer Lawrence, why? Anne Hathaway, why? Halle Bailey, why? And I know why. But the general public will never learn. Now they've moved on to Chappell. Fuck them. Overall, yes. Overall, yeah, I agree. I agree with Rachel. And I will always say that there's legitimate criticism of some of the names who were mentioned here. And then there is, we've lost the plot and just devolved into the most sexist shit. Like that always happens, you know? It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is legitimate criticism. And now we're just doing the thing. We're just doing the thing where it's open season and the biggest freaks and weirdos are making this about the thing they want to make it about and not what it should be about. See how this happens all the time, though. This happens all the time where we do not have the ability to separate legitimate criticism and illegitimate criticism. And it meshes all together. And you got to remember, this is what happens with dogpiling, okay? This is what happens with like when someone is the main character of the day, where there's legitimate criticism, okay? And then there are a bunch of people who are just looking to be fucking assholes. They are looking to unleash the hellhounds of racism, sexism, just bigotry. And they get to hide behind the fact where they're like, well, this person sucks. All these people are saying it, so I can't say it. And it's like, yeah, you're being a Nazi. You're being evil. You're not providing legitimate criticism. Cynthia Erivo, perfect example. Somebody who, there is legitimate criticism of Cynthia Erivo. We will get into it one day. We're not getting into it today. But yeah, it went from this, I think this is blah, 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 blah. And Cynthia Erivo has in the past done these things and yada, yada, to just being openly racist towards her. And then what that does is it totally invalidates the real criticism because it all gets muddied together. Max, thank you for the 12 months. Quaddy, thank you for the tier 1. Anyway, both Ziegler and Connor have dealt with more than their fair share of negative internet commentary about their professional and personal lives, and they've watched friends undergo waves of harassment and rumors as well. And you know the other thing too? What I said earlier, where why is it that people who shouldn't leave the internet, and those who should never be on it, have never gotten on in the first place, never been allowed on in the first place, just proliferate? They're like a disease that is just growing. And Anne Hathaway is a person who she didn't deserve and doesn't deserve the hate she still gets. And she's another person who's like, yeah, I left online. I left the internet. Jenna Ortega, she got deep faked. Jenna Ortega got deep faked amongst other harassment that she was dealing with. And her response was to be like, nah, I'm leaving. I'm leaving this place. No, siree. Kit Connor was forced to come out. My Heartstopper fans were accusing him of queerbaiting. Oh my fucking God. Oh, we've lost the plot on so many things. We're just Bo is afraid all over the place. Jenna left for similar reasons as well. It made Ziegler think about how people talk about Taylor Swift. Why is Taylor Swift XYZ? You don't know her, she said. So wild you're talking like that because you don't know her. I don't know her, and that's why I'm not on the internet going, but actually I think that she's actually conniving in this and her relationship isn't real. You don't know this person. Spend your time learning a craft. Touch some grass. Kiss a girl. Do something. Yeah. Preach, Slay Queen. You go, girl. Yeah, kick rock. We need to bring back kick rocks. We need to bring back that saying. Hey, why don't you kick rocks? Kick rocks. You've been bringing it back? All right, well, we'll support you in this. We're bringing it back. Pfft. Kick rocks. Not to be confused with Kid Rock. Yeah. Not to be confused there. Okay, you guys. Well, I feel bad. My friend is having a baby. It's very exciting. Not anyone streaming, so don't be like, wait, who? Sam? Cutie? It's Cutie. It's Cutie Cinderella's having a baby. My friend's having a baby and they went out tonight, but I forgot that I had scheduled this interview, so I had to skip it. And I was like, are you guys gonna do anything after? And they said, no, we're going to bed. So that means that I'll do a little bit of gaming to end the stream. Congrats to your friend. Thanks. Yeah, it's very exciting. And I don't know. I always kind of stop and think, I pause. I pause whenever someone in my life has, is making a big decision, like having a baby. Cause it just, I don't know. It's big. It's big. It's a big thing. And then I remind myself, do not tell mom about this. Do not tell your mother that another friend is having a baby. Note to self. It's fucked up. Gotta tell my friends to stop growing old. Yeah, it definitely makes you... it bursts the bubble a little bit, you know? It not bursts the bubble. It just breaks the bubble a little bit. Where you go, oh, right. That's a thing. That's a thing that people do. And I used to feel like, okay, my friends in the Midwest, they all have kids, right? They're doing the thing, get married, have kids, raise their family. But LA always felt like this impenetrable neverland. Can be really bad too, mind you. But with the kid thing, I do not have friends out here that have kids, except one of my friends who had a kid last year. And that was the big, oh my God, somebody is having a child. Because the people I know who had kids, they moved out of LA and then had kids, or they got pregnant, moved out of LA. And it's weird. It's weird when an LA friend who still lives in LA has a baby. Wow, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. California gives you a plus 7-year buffer. And I think that's coming to an end. It's a lot. Yeah. Every time I talk to my girlfriends in streaming, like my streamer girlfriends about kids, it's always like, what? I can't even think about that. Dude, I'm trying to plan a stream for next week that I can't even focus on. What is that? Cake? Cute. Wait, did you get other food? You want an empanada too? Yeah. That looks good. Everyone, look at Will's cute haircut. Isn't he cutie? Cute. Oh, thanks. Is there any sauce? Oh, you okay? Yeah. Here's sauce. Mom. Thank you. You're welcome. Anyway, all right. When my mother was my age, 38, she was already a grandma. Oh my God. You're like, well, that ain't happening. Hi. You only come in here when I have food, huh? Yeah, I know. White boy looking fine. Do you have his number? 911. 911. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me just text. Okay. Okie dokie. We are gonna get set up for some Silent Hill. Oh, also Wake, Wilder, myself, Will Neff, and maybe Noko are planning that Liars game. I don't fucking know. What is that called? You know what I'm talking about? Liars Bar. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I don't know what that is, but Wake had messaged us and was like, do you guys want to play? And I said, yeah. Did you and Sam select a day of the week for the pod to drop? Not yet. I think we're thinking that we will film on Mondays. That's the plan so far. What are you eating? Empanada. So good. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Hi, do you want a treat or something? Can I get you a treat? All right, y'all. Okay, we're gonna get into some Silent Hill. I think we're going to do gaming on Friday. Maybe Friday or Saturday. Just an FYI. If you are if you are wanting to join for that. Okay. Misty Bubbles, thank you for the 9 months. No, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Just letting you know about the Liars game. All right, let me pause it up. Raphael, thank you for the 12 months. Thanks for having me for a year. Thanks for being here for a year. Come on. All right, where are we at? This is not wanting to work. Okay. All right. It's fine. Okay. Okay. All right. I beat the controller. I'm gonna try this cake. Or not cake, cheesecake, yeah. If you're heading out for the night, because you don't want the spoopy gaming, I hope to see you tomorrow. I'll be live. You have an interview tomorrow? Good luck. You got it. Be yourself, but don't be yourself. Okay. Oh! I totally forgot. We are in a new level. Okay. We've got a new puzzle. Are those Colombian empanadas? Yeah, I think so. They're really good. Didn't I pick something up? I got like a letter or something. Report to the head nurse in examination room 3. Okay. What's this one? I wrote it down for you in a way you should finally be able to remember. Once you're in the lobby, just look around. Now remember, nurses, doctors, trees. Nurses, doctors, trees. Nurses, doctors, trees. Is this technically the lobby or no? Nurses, doctors, trees. The director requested the files of the 3 crucial patients. You know which one. Oh, I already looked at that.
You trying to blind me, James?
Yes, I am. Okay, here's the lobby. Nurses, doctors, trees. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Atkinson in the garden. Okay. Trees? Okay, there's the doctor's lounge. The fuck? Exam room 1. Exam room 2. Okay, anything in here? Anything? Good night, Jaina. This is exam room 3. I already came in here. What the heck? Okay, I'm confused. Attention, oxygen must be turned off. Okay, I need a hint. I need a clue. I need a clue. 'Cause why did I have to go? Why did I have to go here again? Right. Report to the head nurse. You have all the clues? Shit, really? Nurses, doctors, trees? Nurses, doctors, trees. You'll see. Fuck! Okay, I really have everything that I need. Damn it. Oh. Nurses. Oh. Okay.
In these photos?
I know. Nurses, doctors, trees. Nurses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yup. Got it. Got it. And then this one. 2 doctors. Okay, I'm cooking. And now, where is the painting of trees? And a partridge in a pear tree. Okay, where's... Or do I count how many trees there are? Okay, so nurses, doctors, trees. This first number is gonna be 7. And then this one is 2. And then this one is... Nope, okay. Don't overcook. Is that a tree? That's a plant. That's not a tree. Nurses, doctors, trees. I know, I was gonna try to brute force it. I might. But I also feel like I should be able to figure this out. Records, cafeteria. Like, is this a tree? Yeah, it's so good. I have to go back and count all the trees in the game. I'm okay, what about you? Oh, trees. Trees. 4 trees. Got it. And a partridge in 4 trees. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got it. 2, and then... Yes!
Second floor?
Basement.
Oh, of course.
Okay. We've got a key. We've got a key. Now, where is it this way? No, 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 no. Basement, basement.
This place feels so empty. More than the other places we've
Damn it.
been.
I guess I'll look at the map. How to get to the basement. Is this like the Alamo, though, where there is no basement? How do I go down? Oh, the elevator. Oh my gosh. Durr. Fuck. Wow. Farley? You hitting the bell? Shit. How do we get... Yes, okay, okay, okay. Coming. Okay. Go TT. Go TT. Come on, TT. Come on. Good boy. Good TT boy. Yeah, he had go TT. Okay. Now. How the hell do we get into the basement? Staircase? Oh! Yes. Yes. Here we go. One more bite of cheesecake. Okay. Another map.
Hey, this one's open.
Okay, why don't you go in it?
Nope. Doesn't work.
Do not go quietly into that good basement. I know, I gotta be nicer to Maria. She's become my punching bag.
Generator.
You think you could get it working? Might get the elevator running again.
Yeah, we just plug it, unplug it. Yeah, you just stay there. Just... Ah! Hi! William! William! Ouch! Shit, fucker! Jesus! Mary and Joseph. Oh, shit! God damn it! God damn it! I have to stop recklessly shooting. Shooting with total abandon. God damn it. Okay. I just get the legs freak me out, and I just start blasting. Oh! Ah! Ah! I just got it. Just. No. Ah. Ah. Okay. Okay.
You think they're gone?
Yeah, thanks so much. Okay, honestly, I can fight these things. I don't need my gun, but I just freak out. Yeah, Maria provides insane commentary, like, I think they're gone. Space Cadet, thank you for the 4 months. Ah! Maria, move! Ah! Maria! Get out of the way! Get out of the way, Maria! I'm scared. I'm... Move! Okay, I literally am just missing. I'm just missing. Maria, move! Move! Maria, you've gotta move. You gotta go. You gotta go. Oh, where are we going? Where? Oh, nope. Where are we going with that? God damn it. Maria doesn't fucking know, I know. Where are we going with this? In here? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Night, Mr. Sonic Gen. Maria didn't dump your bullets, but she kind of did. She kind of did. Damn it, man. Damn it, man. Using too much bleach. It's a little sus. Okay, let me just make sure I've looted. Gaming. If you see any supplies, let me know. I think I gotta go this way. Okay. Okay, jump. Get up on it. Go. Jump. Jump on it. Don't I need to get up there? Yeah, okay.
Hey. Where are you going?
I'll be back.
Don't worry. I'll be right back.
Better.
Alright, got my syringe. Foley artist was doing it in the bathroom. Okay, Maria, things are gonna get bad, so you gotta...
More of those things.
Oh! Oh, shit! Oh my god, oh my god! Oh no, why I can't even see! Oh my god! Maria, move! Fuck me! Oh, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying! I'm dead! God damn it, Maria! God damn it! Shit, 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 shit! Shit! Oh my god. It dragged my ass off screen!
You alright?
You good?
No, James. I'm not. Not at all.
Oh, what?
I'm sorry.
I know.
Well, look, Maria. I'm not gonna victim blame, but I am. Yeah, she looked at her nails. They were like, dude, I forget these things will go after her. And I have to protect her and myself.
Let's check out that elevator.
Yeah, I guess let's do that. Oh, oh, oh! Maria! Maria! Move! Move! Maria, get out of the way. Shit. Oh, I forgot the legs have moves. The legs have moves. The legs have moves. God. God damn it. Oh my god, again? Ah! God, I hate when I miss. Maria, get out of the way! God damn! Can we just... Can everybody just fucking chill? Where's the elevator? Maria, please. Please, Maria.
There's more of them.
Yes, I know. At least those ones crawl on the ground. Bro, where is this? Oh, here it is. Oh, thank God. Thank God. How do you solve a problem like Maria? Stand in the way when I'm getting my ass kicked. What does it all mean?
Maria?
Maria, girl, you good?
Hey. You okay?
I'm sorry.
That's fine. What's going on? Are you hurt?
What are you sorry for?
It's nothing. Probably just a hangover.
From that one drink?
Maybe you should rest.
Yeah. Okay. So comfy.
Is she gonna turn into a vampire or something?
I'm gonna go look for Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
James?
I didn't know this was a lightweight shaming stream. Yeah, it is.
I wanted to ask you.
What?
What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
Oh.
I haven't really thought about that.
Get back soon, okay?
Something is...
Now. Where is that girl?
Something is up with Maria. Fight me. Fight me. Whoa! Whoa! New character? New character? Shit! Shit! Oh! Oh! Shit! Oh! Nurse got hands! They're getting better. They're getting better. Yo, how do I get a shotgun? I hate when I can hear it, but I don't know where it is. You know? Why do I keep having these weird visions? Who's writing on a typewriter here? Bro, I keep getting shotgun shells, but... Apparently has a stockpile of heals. Yeah, except for when I accidentally take them, and I don't mean to. This way. I checked in the laundry room. Let's check the bathroom. Nope. What's in here? Nothing. Fake. Okay, picture of a boat. Oh! Oh! Oh. Can we go back to the pool? This room costs $7,000 a month in New York. Oh, yeah. God damn it. Shit, fucker. Damn it. I still don't know how many times. Sometimes I think I can hit it 3 times, but then I can't. Is there nothing in here for me? Motherfucker. Okay. Scratch your nose. Okay, run! 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 Ah! Oh shit! Oh God almighty! Oh no, Jesus! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck. No, no. No, please. Okay, we start all over. We come in through here. Come in through here. We can't go in there. All right, where are you? Shit! Ah! I beat her the first time? How did I beat her the first time? I just did so bad. Fuck. I forgot about her. Remember your Elden Ring training. I know. Ugh. Didn't they take an oath to do no harm? Yeah, right? The code has been reset to what we agreed on during yesterday's meeting. The doctor's lounge, like I said, I don't want anyone writing it down on a little piece of paper for me to find. Be responsible, people. Of course. Of course the code is... Your attack can't stop... Your attacks can't stop their attack. Damn it, so better to dodge first? Oh. I swear these places were open before. Maybe not. Okay, please do not die again. Oh fuck, I forgot about this thing. Okay, so dodge. Shit. Wait, was that right? Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Oh, you fucker! Okay, it's gonna explode. No? No? Okay, I guess not. I guess snot. I thought that one had exploded. God, I hate when I miss. It's so embarrassing. Okay, let's get a sense of where we are in this map. We're in L2. God, I have shotgun shells, but no. It's this way. Nope. Okay. L2. God, these things are everywhere.
Sorry, I just...
Oh, right, that's where Maria is. I just gotta throw the shotgun shells at them. You're right. Okay, let's save. Nice. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Okay, we have got a great amount of bullets. Broken window. Okay. All right, we got all the supplies there. Now we gotta go back here. This way. But now... Yeah, I think I gotta go... This looks like hell. Oh, wait. No. What haven't I tried? I haven't gone... Ah! The director's office. Ooh, a key. Wait. What? Oh, it needs a bracelet and then it'll release the key. You were cool in Debate Lords. Thank you.
That's what they keep telling me. My 3 patients. My 3 hopeless cases. But I do not believe it to be a matter of hope. It is a matter of diligence, discipline, trial and error, of being as bold as one can be.
Delusions persist. Constant surveillance.
Find what it is that truly ails them, and I will cure them.
Got my little notepad. Move to L1. Can't be left alone. Move to L1 for closer monitoring. Some sketchy shit. Oh? Oh? What? What? Am I supposed to be able to figure this out now? Or no? No. Okay. Okay. So this is just a puzzle that I will have to figure out at some point. No brute forcing that one. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, so that's the key that I need. Hand safe. Now, I'm gonna go out here. I'm gonna go to the left. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh fuck, it's another nurse. Shit! She's blind! She's blind! Oh! Shit! Damn it! Wait, what? What? Okay, now she's dead. I don't know if I'm getting it or not. I don't know. Huh. I haven't quite figured out the moves. I know, I keep using my health. Shit. Well. Come on. Nurses take more than one shot to kneecap them. Wait, there's the hand. Oh, I was going this way. Did I already go in here? Yeah, I already went in here. This way. 'Tis locked. 'Tis locked. 'Tis locked. 'Tis open. Okay, more shotgun shells. Game 1 flashbacks. Damn it. Puzzles on puzzles on puzzles. Oh. Razor blades? What? Bent needle. Guess that's something. Oh! Oh my God on high. Oh shit. We are so fucking in it. We're so in it. Oh my God, this is the best day ever. Diva is up, yo. Oh my God. There's no match. Oh shit! Shit! Diva's up! Diva up! Stop this bitch! Stop her! Shit. Diva up, man! Oh! Yo! Okay. Fuck, why is all this stuff empty? For horror games especially, shotgun is always a point blank. From far away, they are useless. Yeah, I forget about that. L1. Great. We got time for a little TV? A little TV? Please? Oh my god, you're joking. You're joking. Why is this trash? I know I should save the shotgun ammo, but it's just so good. I just love blasting, you know? L1. Diva down! Diva down! Ah! Diva! Diva! Shit! Shit! Diva! Diva off! Diva off! Diva! Woo! I wanted to save some of my shotgun shells, but these divas are tough. Okay, I got some more. These divas, there's a reason why. There's a reason why they're divas. Oh, I'm back here. Oh, I was literally... Oh. Wait a second. L1. Yeah. Yeah. This place is a maze. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Divalicious. Her. Oh. Where are you? Where? Where am I pushing this to? Where am I pushing this to? Is it over here? Oh, in there. Okay. Come on. Then there's something in this drawer. There better be. Better be. Yes. Okay, something is in this room. Something. Oh no. They brought in the girl today. Poor thing hasn't said a word. She just sits there, head in her hands, sobbing and quivering. I moved to the corner of it. She seems to have calmed down a bit. She even smiled at me. No, she's evil. Don't trust her. The girl. I know. I got so much handgun ammo. So much. Shit. Where are you? Fuck. I hate the noise because I don't know where it is. Aha. Ooh. This is... I had a feeling something like that was going to happen. We are in a bad position, my friend. Yeah, let me crawl in here. What could go wrong? What? What could possibly go wrong? Oh boy. Evie. Evie. Hopefully no one heard that. Why don't they help me? Why do they keep me in here with him? Ooh. Sometimes I get afraid that I'm always missing supplies. The bracelet! Yes. Oh no. Oh no. Of course, this always happens. As soon as... Bye! Hey-ya! Yup. See ya. See ya. Okay, where the fuck am I? Something there? Pool. Am I on the first floor? Should I? Okay, wait. If I go back in here, are there supplies or things that I missed? Let me see. Are you out of health items? No, I have a couple, I think. I don't know. Oh, no. I literally have to go this way. Okay. Cool. Wow. Okay. I need to get to... Okay, we still can't get in there. It's fine. What happened to Maria? Maria is resting. She got EP. Nope. Wait. Working? Ah! Ah, yes. Pool, question mark. Okay. So, get to. Okay, let me save. When in doubt, save. And then we are gonna go this way. And we gotta get to the bracelet. Gotta get to the bracelet, darling. Wait, there's 3? Oh my god. There's 3 fucking bracelets. You're kidding me. You're joking. You're joking. Okay. Well, shit. All right, what do you want, bitch? Big ol' blast to the face. Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of out of shotgun ammo, but it's fine. God, I'm just constantly checking this map. Yeah, Maria's recovering from a broken nail. What is there? Fuck. What am I? What am I missing? I need that key. Okay. Why do these things keep fucking popping up? Okay. Should I go upstairs? No, I can't go upstairs. Hole? Hole. Hole. Show hole? Hole is our friend. Can't get in. Oh my god, I hear it. Oh, shit. Fuck. Ain't no way. I'm gonna die immediately. Okay, I don't mind those ones that are like creepy crawling. Creepy crawling. It's the legs. It's the legs and the nurses that suck. Yeah, those are like the squishy crawling on the ground. Oh shit! Speaking of the stupid legs! Damn it. Her drawings. Nice. L3. Okay, I'm in the observation room. Is this your first Silent Hill? It is my first Silent Hill. I know... How do I get to... I know the lore based on I've seen the movie, but isn't that pretty different? Oh, I'm back here. What? I'm back here. Okay. Shit. I have got to figure this out. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, what am I missing? There's L1. What the fuck? I've got to be missing something. Should I break this? Oh. My bad. What's my current objective? I don't know. Finding the girl. Oh, find the keypad. Hand safe keypad. But I don't know. I'm just kind of lost, I think. Yeah, I gotta find bracelets. I know that. I feel like I've looked in every room I could look in. You know? Do I have to go back downstairs? Damn it. Damn. Damn. Fuck me. Oh, I'm so confused. Hold on, I gotta turn our air down for a second. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Here's the map. There's floor 3. Pool. Something in the doctor's lounge? How can I get downstairs? You would think with the, like, number of times that I've run around this place that I would have it figured out. Let me go to the elevator. Okay, let's check the map again. Oh, there's a lot here. Wait, is there? It's all in the dark. Yeah. Okay, actually, I think I want to go to... I think I want to go to 1. God, this elevator takes forever. And then I need to go check... Okay, check the pool and check the doctor's lounge. What? God damn it. These bitches. I hate these nurses. God damn it. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, fuck me. God damn it. Why are they doing that? Why are they so scary? Fucking hell. Doctor's lounge. I just want to see. Fuck! I'm so... I can't, how do I get to the doctor's room? There's no way in. Oh my god, I just feel stuck. Hi, I don't know. I need a clue. I need a clue. I don't know where to go. God, I'm always lost. Okay, what am I not able to find? Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh my god. You missed open enrollment. Five. Nice. Okay, but none of this is serving me. All of this is just like... Check the map? Bruh, all I've been doing is checking the map. I feel like I'm just revisiting old places now. Okay, let me check the damn map again. I genuinely don't know where to go. I do not know where to go. Should I go back in the basement? Floor 1? Floor 2? Basement is clear. Okay. Okay, so I can't get to the doctor's lounge or to the pool. Stairs to 3rd floor. Okay, where the fuck are the stairs? Oh my god, I'm just always stuck. Elevator to 2. 2nd floor. Stairs to 3. Okay, where's how do I get other stairs? Okay, let me look at this map again. So I gotta go. Nope, can't. Can't. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta go all the way. Gotta go all the way. Ha, 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 ha. Running. All we do is run. Didn't I go up here though? Wait, how is this open? Wait a second. How is that fucking open now? I don't get it. I swear I checked that. What? What?
Hey, are you okay?
Go away!
Don't be afraid. I just want to talk.
I do not want to talk to that little girl. Okay. We did it. Oh shit, I just... God damn it. Did I miss? I missed all those shots, didn't I? Yeah. Yep. Cool. Cool. Missed like 1 or 2. Okay, that's not as bad. Oh, thank God. Shit. Shit. They take a lot of hits. I gotta hit hard. Yeah, they can tank a ton. Something is very raw. Something is very raw. Okay, write in your little notebook, James. Write that down. Laura, question mark, combination lock. Okay, we're gonna go this way. We're gonna go up to the roof. I cannot believe we haven't found another bracelet. This is crazy. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Ah. Ah. Oh. Okay, we've got the key to 1F. Fucking finally, man. Fucking finally. So I think, yeah, it's gonna be that one. Okay. All right, mate. Alrighty. Please give me... Yes, okay. I would like a syringe, but I will take that. Dr. Andrews, we delivered the radiographs you requested. However, it looks like the file was incomplete as one of the pictures was nowhere to be found. We will send somebody as soon as we locate it. Let me know if you need anything else. Lore. Skull fracture. Childhood trauma. Okay, where am I? Here. Okay, I've got this key. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. So, I think that's all I can do up here. So we're gonna go back, down. Where are we? There's so many puzzles. We are going to go to 1F. I know. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. There's 3 ongoing puzzles. Can I have some water? Thanks. I have my pink water bottle here. Still. Thanks. Yeah, this game's very puzzle heavy. I guess I could take that staircase, but whatever. I'm lazy. It's loaded now. Yeah, this is definitely a puzzle game. Thank you, doll. Big time puzzle game. Okay, let's see where we are. Let's... Is it the door that's this way? No. Negativo. Sir. Oops. Man, I've probably pulled this map out 10,000 times. What the fuck? Here. This is it, right? Yes. Other signs of the wall? Yeah, I've read them all. You know what? I'm running out. Explode. We're bringing out the big guns. Yo! One shot and she went down? What have I been doing? What have I been doing? Okay. A lot to explore here. Elevator. Oh. Fuck. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Gotcha. Wrecked. Please, more shotgun shells. Yeah, you just got reaped. Ooh, gross. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Mold remover. It's in the walls, deep inside. The mold remover gets rid of it for a while, but then the same thing. Okay, where the fuck am I supposed to use this? Die! Die! How? Die! Die! Alright, that's not bad. Not bad. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. 2 shotgun shells. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, shit! Oh! Oh, little crawly! Little crawly! Where do I use this mold remover? You'll see. Yeah, this place is messy. Messy as hell. Wait. Wasn't I already here? Wait a second. Oh, yeah. I'm in the reception office. Okay. It all comes around. Okay. Great. We're gonna go up this way. Checking the map. Wait. Okay. So I need to go this way. Checking the map. Right? What's here? No. No. Come here. Bro, I cannot believe I was wasting 2 shotgun shells before. Kill me, Brian. Brian, kill me. I can't believe it. It's so sad. That would waste ammo. True. Yeah, you were right. I know. I didn't even realize that I was... Like, I thought I was close up. But I wasn't. Mold remover? Oh. Another incident. Soulboot! Yo, Soulboot. Thank you for the 5. He got out of the pool and made a break for the garden, cutting himself wide open in the process. Thank God I was still here. He was completely manic, screaming at the orderlies, hold him down, barely managed to stitch him up. He's back in his room for now. Okay, this way. Or medical records. Or do I go outside? I think I gotta go outside, right? Let's see. What's in the pool? Let's go see. Oh God. Christ almighty. Touch grass, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Look at those legs. Oh, God damn it. God damn it, they're crawling all around. Why won't they die? Die. Die. Shit. Who just hit me? Die. Oh my God. God damn. The legs are just still chilling over here. Okay, did I forget anything else out here before I go in the gazebo? Oh! Fuck, motherfucker. Yup. I am sick of this shit! I am sick of this shit. All right, legs, you keep just hanging out. You keep hanging out, legs. Okay, so there's something at the pool. But what? Ugh. Anybody want to go for a swim? Bro, I hate when those debate you. Fuck. How many goddamn puzzles am I in the middle of? Medical tube. I am in the middle of so many puzzles, I don't even know. I don't even know what shit is for. Oh! Die. Die. You piece of shit. You piece of shit. Check the tube. Okay. Long, thick piece. Oh. What? Medical tube with bent needle attached? I have no idea what this is for. Am I supposed to go back to the pool? It. Check map. Always check map. Okay, pool pump. Something there. Pool pump. Pool pump. Try going for a swim. Are you serious? Okay, something is here. But what? That is the question. Okay, what the fuck? Pool pump. Is it something in here for sure? Look at that sad overturned wheelchair. Remember that hole in the ground? No. I don't. The drain. What drain? I literally don't remember. Check fucking map. I'm gonna Brian kill me. Okay, hand, safe, keypad. Combination lock. Oh my god, there's so much. Check map for drain? Oh! Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Great. I'm so stupido. I'm so curious to see what this drain is, because I truly... Oh! Oh my... Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Found the hole. Okay. We've got pool key. Maintenance key. So I think we can go back to the pool. Hopefully the legs are just chilling. Dude, these things will not die. Okay. Now, we open this bad boy. Okay. Okay, we're shaking and baking. Moving and grooving. Now that... Oh, that's draining the pool. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. This thing, I'm just gonna stomp on it. Just be safe. Okay, I think that's dead. Okay, I think that's dead. Okay. Press. Okay. Bracelet number 2. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the second fucking bracelet. No, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done. You will not stop. You will not stop. I'm done with you. Stop. Okay, Uno Mas bracelet. Uno Mas bracelet. Uno Mas bracelet. And I have no frackin' idea. Did you get the note with the keypad combination? I don't think so. Doctors, nurses. Oh, I already did that one. No, I haven't gotten it yet. Okay, let's get out of here. Elevator. Nope. Negative. Okay, get me the fuck out of here. Can I go up? Nope. Can I go this way? Yeah, I can. Boom. Okay. We're outie. We're out here. Uh-oh. Why is my game slowing down? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Wait, the keypad... The other keypad is on 1F? Fucking hell. Okay, what have I not done? Let's see. Drain, pool pump, padlock, doctors, nurses, trees. There's something in the freaking doctor's lounge. But how? Wait, can I get in? Can I? Go get it. Can I? Shower? No, it's this way. Not without an appointment. Oh! I haven't been in here. Okay. Okay, this case bears a... Scary. Yeah, wait, I need to read this map. So door not crossed out means you haven't checked it. Okay. I see. Nice. Excellent. Okay. We've got our keypad. We've got it. A lot of clues where stuff is in those texts. Like this one? I'm too stupid. Okay, now I'm gonna go back upstairs. Now I can open the locked room. Yep. Yep. Okay. Dude, why am I always so lost? So lost. Okay, now keypad. Did I just go in a goddamn circle? Yeah, I did. I did. Okay, finally. Finally. So this looks like... Yes! Woo! Woo-wee! We did it! Feels good to get something else done. Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Moldy radiograph. Oh, no! Oh, Christ! They fed me garbage and rotting meat, crawling with maggots thick with sinew, made me bite down the juices, red and yellow, hit the back of my throat, choking cat, I vomit, to my throat is sore. Ew, oh, God, oh, Jesus. Oh, why are there cockroaches everywhere? Oh, what's in there? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, grody. So gross. So gross. Oh. Was that it? Is that all the fuck that was there? Okay, I guess. I guess. Okay, I'll put this second bracelet on. Damn it, okay. Okay. Moldy, what does that mean? No, shit! Oh. Oh my God. Why? 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 Oh. Shit. Okay. Cleaned up radiograph. So the x-ray. It's got the two. No, remember there was an x-ray room. Nope, but I'm gonna check this. Gotta check the map. Fuck. X-ray room. Okay, so we gotta get up the stairs. We gonna get up the stairs. Okay. Okay, so let's get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Goddamn. Can't believe I'm always stupidly drinking. God damn it. It's because you know what it is? I always accidentally press Y when I'm trying to press the button for where my items are. Stairs. Stairs. X-ray room. X-ray room. X-ray room. Oh, I gotta go through this guy. Yep. Yep. Yep, Patron. Okay. So, turn this shit up. Inventory. Oh. Wait. What? Rotate? That's not how a body works. Okay. Pelvis. Okay. What the hell? What? Am I insane? Those are the fucking ribs. Okay, what are these X's? Hold on. Let me go off this. Let me go off. Let me go off these lines. Okay. Rotate. What the fuck? Okay. There's one. Flip it. Yup. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's not about putting the body together. Oh, okay. 4. 4:37? Is that what that says? 12. 4:37:12. Okay, we did it. We did it, folks. Now, back to the map, because I don't remember. Oh, okay. So it's in this room. Boom. Let's get it cooking. Let's get it cooking. Nope. Bye. See ya. See ya, biatch. Okay, 4:37. 12. Yes. Oh my god, it feels good getting puzzles done. Ew. Oh, I hate these so much. I hate them. Stop it. No, no. No, please. Ah. Ah. Oh, no. The third bracelet. Oh, thank God. Yes. Okay. Criminy. We got it. We got it, you guys. We fucking got it. God, that is gross, though. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, and my best friend. Not the way that I do love you. Italic man, thank you for the 13 months. I'm gonna save. When in doubt, save. Holding me, oh my. Oh, the apple of my eye. Okay, I gotta get to the director's office this way. You British? I'm so curious if British people do an American accent as often as Americans will do British. Okay, shit. What is this? Crap. How am I supposed to know which one? 5710. What are these numbers? What? What? What is this? What the fuck? I don't get it. I don't understand. How the fuck do I line up the silver? This one won't line up. Look at them very carefully. Is it all these numbers and shit? You kind of just brute forced it? Bro, I do not... What? Oh! Wait. Is that it? Oh. 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 What? This is another puzzle? Okay. I can't tell what's... Yeah, wait, that's right. Yeah. Shit, no. How do I move them down? Does it have to be like this? Wow. Shit, fuck. Fuck! Okay. This seems silly. Okay. We did it. We did it, right? Do I have to write this shit down? Or did I write it down? Take a picture? Okay. Okay. Okay, now we can go do, you've done this? Okay. Duh, because it's smart. It's smart. Oops. Okay, so now we go. Boom. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. What am I missing? Because this isn't in the right order. It's gotta go. Because that number, okay, that number spelled out. I'm gonna spell it out. 21, 3, 6, 2, 8. The nipple is 5, 9, 1. Devil is 7, 7, 4. 3, 6, 2, 8, 5, 9, 1, 7, 4. So what the fuck do I put in here? Nine, 2, 4, 5, 7, 1. 9, 2, 4, 5, 7, 1. Okay, so 9. 9 is triangle. No, fuck you. Literally die. Okay, first one. 9. 2 is the H. 2. 9, 2, 4. Okay, this is this little fucker. 4. 5 is the nipple. 7. 7 is the little devil. Is this the hardest puzzle in the game? 1 is the pie. Woo! Rooftop key. Okay. This is not the hardest puzzle. Just feels like it was a lot of work. Okay, rooftop key. Let's go. Let's go. Boom. Yep. The hardest puzzle is the map. You're so right. Was there a note? Their images became blurry, melting together. I could no longer tell. Not sure if I can do it, but maybe you can. This will take you to where you need to be, though probably not the way you want to. And there's bound to be some pain involved. There always is. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna stop here for the evening. Good stopping point. Good stopping point. Oh, my ass. Oh, it's so sore. Sorry for the TMI. I've been sitting too long. Okie dokie, you guys. What a time. What a time to be alive. That was great progress. That was really, really good. Really, 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 really good. Really good. Really, really good. Okay. Alrighty. Thanks for the stream. Oof. It's been a long day. And I have to tape another audition. I had to do 2 last night. I made Will film them with me. And it's always funny. It is always so funny when Will has to tape auditions for me. Why do you do them at the end of the day? Because I just don't have time. I don't have time. Today I had to film a podcast episode. And then I had to prep for that interview that I did earlier, where if you missed it, you should go watch it. You should go watch it. It was great. So yeah. Yep. Okay. Who I raid? Who's small streamer that I raid? Who's small streamer? Oh my god, I'm speaking like who's small streamer? Is Jay Dilla not partner? Jay Dilla's partner, right? What? Oh yeah. All right. Whatever. It's very hard to try to find people at the end of stream to raid. Because not everybody... Oh my god. Not everybody streams late. You don't see the tick? Oh, okay, great. Let's get Jay Dilla to partner. An easy way to find someone would be to tell someone to join the Discord. You gotta look, see. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh my god. Oh. Good night, everybody. I just yawned. Or whatever. Yawned. My eye is watering. Oh boy. Good night. Good night. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love, y'all. This is I feel wacky right now. I'm like, ooh, peace and love. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you as always for everything. Goodbye.